believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome everybody, welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is our logo, website, americasthirdparty.com. Good evening, welcome to our anti-war rally. You can also reach us at Third Party on Twitter if you ever want to catch our great Periscope show, which we have live. If you're ever mobile and you want to get our show, just tune into at Third Party and you can get our Periscope feed. And we have another day ahead of us to talk about the snooze. Melania Trump was asked if she loves her husband by Wolf Blitzer. Let's take a look. 34 seconds in, or somebody asked her
to have to deal with her husband's alleged infidelities. Has this put a strain on your marriage?
It is not concern and focus of mine. I'm a mother and a first lady, and I have much more important things to think about and to do. I know people like to speculate, and media like to speculate about our marriage.
You mentioned you still have a good marriage. Do you love your husband?
Yes, we are fine. Yes. It's what media speculate, and it's gossip. It's not always correct stuff.
Okay, I counted 4 blinks in 2 seconds there. That's an indication of lying. As you know, we've analyzed the blinking that Brett Kavanaugh did when he was answering questions about, whether he allegedly assaulted that woman. He was blinking all over the place. So she counted 4 blinks. That means that she probably says she loves her husband. A lot of women do. I think the fact that she's a Slovenian spy for the former Soviet Union is just as relevant as money laundering, and I think we need to look at all of these factors. Yep. I think we should lie detector test her, yes, to see if she's been sending information off to Putin. Oh, I'm sorry, wait a second. Back off. She feels like she's being bullied. I wonder who's bullying her in the White House. Anybody have any idea? I don't know. I'll add this link to our show tonight. Video starts at 10 p.m. If you guys want to go ahead and take a nap, 4 more hours, and at 10 you can watch our videos. Gerald Butler discusses his decision to cancel a Saudi trip after journalist's disappearance. We know that the missing Saudi journalist has been killed. Khashoggi was killed in the embassy. Audio evidence indicates this. Al Jazeera is presenting what Turkey gave them, and apparently there's video too. So we have fairly good proof that the Saudi Arabian government was complicit in killing and executing a journalist. And Donald Trump Jr. just retweeted a false statement that hasn't been verified, that somehow this journalist deserved it because he supported terrorism. That's totally unverified and very, very irresponsible of Donald Trump Jr. Of course, he's the guy that met with the Trump attorney, or rather the Russian attorney in the Trump Tower, whose primary goal was to end sanctions, which is conspiracy to commit an act of treason, to talk to somebody prior to an inauguration about ending sanctions prior to the election, especially considering Russia rigged the election in favor of Trump. So it all looks like Trump did commit a conspiracy. And he committed obstruction of justice by telling his son what to say. Yeah, whole thing is disgusting. His press secretary, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, has actually said that Trump weighed in on Donald Trump Jr.'s statement. Donald Trump Jr. can't make a statement and have his dad talk to him and then change the statement like he did. Number one, that's perjury for Donald Trump Jr. to do that. And number two, it's obstruction of justice for Donald Trump himself to weigh in on it. So Sarah Huckabee Sanders has verified that Donald Trump Jr. was probably changing his tune because his dad weighed in on it. So that's a problem. But so far, Mueller hasn't filed any cases of obstruction of justice against Donald Trump. So we can only assume one thing, that Donald Trump is probably protected because the Russian government really wants him to stay in power. And because Russia controls other politicians like Mitch McConnell and this recent Brett Kavanaugh pick, which is also a Russian move, to stack the Supreme Court against us, we're basically looking at a Russian takeover of our country. Just to give you guys a kind of a heads up as to how we're entering the show today. Our anti-war rally is dedicated to stopping war, but Trump is going to use every means possible to divert our attention. So don't be surprised if we don't see some sort of a diversion tactic from Trump. He's done it before. And starting a war would be the biggest diversion tactic he can pull up with. Because there's so much evidence pointing to Donald Trump money laundering with Russian money that it's not even, it would have easily come to the forefront by now, but we've been a year and a half into this investigation, probably $20 million invested, and yet not one single charge against Donald Trump. This is kind of weird. It looks like Mueller's been bought off. So in a way, I don't know if we're going to see a war, because I don't know if Trump is going to need any more diversions. That's the good thing. The bad thing is Russia's in charge of our country right now. And if they want to start a war with us, we can't do anything. Our hands are tied. We've got a leader that represents Vladimir Putin. Do they RFID microchip the president and first lady for security reasons? Well, I won't be RFID chipped, but I will wear a ring. If the Interpol chief can disappear, anyone can, right? Yeah, theoretically. But the bottom line is if you get RFID chipped, they're going to take a device and find it in your body and rip into your flesh. You're talking about your weapon, Mad Dog? Okay. That's nice. Russia is simply used by the New World Order. Yes. Russia is in charge of our country as an ambassador for the New World Order. In the end, it's the New World Order that's running the show. The Russian oligarchs who took over Russia back when the Soviet Union broke apart essentially run Russia. But right now we've got a Russian problem because Russia has the cyber terrorism that the Illuminati's using, the New World Order is using to tap into our election process. think a little bigger than your myopic view of the world. Think bigger. When I say Russia's a problem, we have to eliminate the initial problem before we can eliminate who's funding Russia. Yeah, we have to at least get rid of the Russian agents that are currently in our country right now. So, Donald, if you're listening, I want you to make a travel ban against all Russians. Would that be great? Russian travel ban. Add Russia to the list. I think it's only suitable considering Russia contaminated our election. I can't believe he hasn't done it already. Of course, here's a guy who has private conversations with his bromance friend Vladimir Putin. 5.5 hours he talks secretly. If I were under investigation, you guys would have saw the whole thing on TV with video coverage of the entire event. And I probably would have had a stenotypist tell people exactly how much was going on between Donald Trump and I verbally. But we don't know what he said between 5.5 hours of private conversation with Vlad. You can only imagine, Vladdy, please, I'll do anything. Just keep the sex tape from going into the media. Whatever you want, Vladdy. No, I don't consider Putin a great man when he was literally appointed to the president's position by Boris Yeltsin and has used strong-arm tactics to maintain his power ever since. I'm sorry, that's not a great man. That's a person who's a tyrant and a dictator. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't talk to him. I'm more than willing to discuss anything on under the sun with these leaders. But we'll have a telepresence conversation. I won't go over to Moscow and meet him. Hell no. I think they talked quite a bit in between, Donald Trump bending down and or doing whatever else he was doing. I think there was a lot of conversation, but the fact that you Republicans continue to act like Trump did nothing wrong without even knowing what he said shows me you're an idiot. How do I know they weren't giving each other oral sex? All I'm saying is that we needed to have full knowledge of what happened during those meetings. We had nothing. And to the nth degree, we've been ignored whenever we question what Trump does in the White House. We don't know if he's having oral sex in the White House with his aides, Carolyn Sunshine, his press assistant. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. So, without any oversights from this guy, we have to assume that he's womanizing, cheating everywhere he can. And I feel bad for Carolyn Sunshine. Could you imagine some old guy with a little penis going, hey, how are you? You know, this kind of thing. I mean, geez, what kind of a life is that? What she has to put up with? I feel bad for her. I really do. Imagine having a 22-year-old in the Oval Office secretly behind closed doors with Donald Trump. Tell me you wouldn't be worried about your daughter. Oh, honey, she got a great job working for Trump. Yeah, but she's in the White House 24/7 with him in the Oval Office. Whew. That was a bad picture of her. That was her YouTube days when she was on a greatness scale of 1 to 10. Me being 10, where's Putin on the scale? Well, because he sold out for $200 billion, Vladimir Putin is about a 3. His net worth is $200 billion by some accounts. Whether that's been verified or not, I can't tell you. He's a capitalist. They bought him. They own him. He'll do whatever they tell him to do. He is the front man for Russia and the oligarchs. Yeah, you don't make $200 billion by not being greedy. Bring forth what? Parturient.
This is Martha and George, who are soon to be mother and father. They made the choice to fulfill their pregnancy with parturients. Parturients, which provides artificial wombs for anyone for the period of...
Yeah. Okay, artificial wombs? I don't think so. You're missing the point. Kissinger controls Trump. Kissinger works with and collaborates with the Rothschilds, who pretty much work and collaborate with the Russian oligarchs. Are you that dense? Do I have to kick you again out of the show? Yeah. Figure it out, man. It all comes together. I'm not trying to defy your logic. You just don't have any. Just look how big the picture is. Draw a bigger Venn diagram. Anita says it is suspicious why Trump is president and why he seems to be collaborating with Russia. Thank you, Anita. You're stating the obvious, and I appreciate that. Yes, today I'm drinking a blend of Folgers hazelnut flavored topper with a little bit of Starbucks in it. But I got the Pike's Senior Special, $1.29 for a cup of coffee. Pike's Special. It's a drip coffee they make at Starbucks. So I mix them together. It's pretty good. Yeah, I need a certain amount of coffee flavor to really get through the show. I am cheap when it comes to, I would have gone organic coffee, but I got a really good deal on Folgers. I got 2 pounds of Folgers coffee for $8.99. I don't think there's that many pesticides on it. No, I don't. Well, the thing is, coffee goes through a process of rinsing and baking. No, they don't use crappy beans. Folgers is not bad. I actually like some Folgers that I've had. Have you ever had, well, forget it. Doesn't matter. You've made up your mind. I'm not 100% organic on everything I do. I used to represent organic food. And there was a time in our country when food was, you could protect it. You could actually say food was safe. Now, even organic, non-GMO food is susceptible to Roundup sprayed nearby. Radiation drifting over the crop from Fukushima. Nothing is safe 100%. So I actually work with a logical belief that whenever possible, try to get organic and non-GMO. My grandfather worked the plantations down in Bolivia and Ecuador. He was a guy who's a manager of all the banana crops and many of the coffee crops down there. And my grandfather was, he learned Spanish when he was 29 years old, or 20 years old, and then worked for 10 years down there. And he kind of developed an amazing relationship with the people. And I almost think that the peaberry is a descendant of my grandfather. Yeah, the peaberry, which is very similar to his last name. Yeah, it's one of the most popular peas in Colombia for making coffee. I learned a conversational Spanish. I can understand enough of it. I don't speak it, though. No, this is a paisley tie, which is a beautiful tie. It's a Huntington. This pattern is one of the oldest patterns in the world, and it's one of the reasons why we started trading. And in a way, trade is one of the best things we can do to eliminate the conflict in the world, and now Trump is ruining that. The paisley print dates back to, the paisley pattern. This is one of the oldest textiles ever produced. That's the paisley pattern. What's its origin? Origins, European introduction, continued in Asia. It's an ornamental design using the buta, or teardrop-shaped motif with a curved upper end, of Persian origin. Paisley designs became popular in the West in the 18th and 19th centuries following imports of post-Mughal Empire versions, the designs from India, especially in the form of cashmere shawls, and were then imitated locally. So this is one of the earliest beginning trade textiles ever. And it represents what we need to do with our foreign policy. You have underwear with paisley prints? Wow. I'm not sure what Donald Trump and Kanye really represent, so I don't think it really matters. I think we're kind of, wasting our time talking about Kanye. He's bipolar, who clearly has mental problems based on his scattered speech that he made in front of the president. Well, you know that Paisley's a good thing because, if we hadn't started trading with Asia and India and the Western world hadn't reached out, I don't think we would have advanced as rapidly as we have on this planet. Trade has benefited everybody. But there's a point at which trade can create pollution. And that's where we have to kind of trim the amount of unnecessary trade with countries that are polluting. Trump didn't create an ecological tariff. There are no strings attached to his tariff. They're just punitive. And they're hurting the Chinese government and the Chinese growth. And it doesn't make sense that we would be doing this to China. For what gain? To lower our own imports so that we don't have decent products? Well, if Trump had tied the tariff, my tariff idea, to ecological tariffs, we would have seen something positive out of this. But we're not getting any ground whatsoever. We do have one case where Trump just signed a bill the day that Kanye West was over there. It's the only thing he did that was positive. He signed a bill into law that's designed to clean up the ocean. Well, you didn't hear much about it from the Republicans because Trump doesn't even know what the bill means. It's just like, yeah, it's a clean up the ocean bill here. It's supposedly going to get rid of some of the plastic waste, but it doesn't spell anything out. It's called the Save Our Seas Act, and I'm going to have to research it to see how much money they're spending on it. But signing the Save Our Seas Act is not cleaning up the ocean. But Trump did that, and I commend him for doing that. I would have signed it in a second, but I want to know what it is exactly. How are they going to clean up the ocean? No, Trump is not going to invade Saudi Arabia. No. If anything, this is going to be a tit for tat situation where we may not buy as much oil for a while to punish him. But really, Saudi Arabia has been abundantly generous to America. So we have a lot of trade with Saudi Arabia, and a lot of the reasons why your price of your gas is anywhere from $2.40 a gallon to $3.50, or maybe even more, depending on where you're living. Our prices of gas are pretty low because Saudi Arabia provides 18% of our oil. So if we were to cut that, the prices would jack up 25-30% minimum, if not more. So if we were to do an embargo against Saudi Arabia, it would be foolish. But not understanding the situation up front and knowing why the journalist was killed, we really need to get our ducks in line here before we start commencing and drawing conclusions on what exactly happened. So it's going to involve some vetting of information by our government to find out if this supposed... Well, this journalist who was killed was supposedly a terrorist, according to Donald Trump Jr. I don't know if that's true. Well, not a terrorist. He supported terrorism. That's what Donald Trump Jr. retweeted today. The arms trade is very strong. It's one of our bigger selling points. So obviously, I'm not going to end the arms trade either if I'm going to be a president. I can't exactly stop the only income we've got coming in, even though I don't support weapons of mass destruction. Just like you probably don't support zombies living in your neighborhood. But we all have zombies living in our neighborhood. So it's not like we could say, yeah, hey, you zombie, you shouldn't be living in our neighborhood. You're stuck with the zombie living in your neighborhood. Yes, I'm using the avocado shampoo. Yeah, I bought it. I got 2 for $7. It's pretty good. Yeah, Garnier. Avocado shea butter or something. I like it. Foams up really well and does a really good job. You got a link? How this tour guide's mistake saved his group's lives. Ooh, okay.
Air China
flies and saves group lives. Okay, I'll play that for tonight. Thank you. Hey, yeah, you guys can suggest links that you think are really cool during the week. Many of you are watching video and say, yeah, this would be great on Dave's show. Feel free to bring it in. That's how we operate. We provide links later we play them, and we have an extra 4 hours of our show. So during the regular broadcast of our show, which is recorded, I can't play those links necessarily because of monetization issues, but I'd love to play them in the evening. Yeah, we do like a 9-hour show every day, and it's pretty interesting with the links that you provide. I really benefit from that. Guy Smiley brought us some links today. Hillary Clinton's security clearance has been stripped. We talked about this yesterday, but by her own request. So she doesn't want access to the files that her group of people have been looking through. She's done, so. Clinton's clearance was revoked August 30th. 5 of Clinton's aides, who she said asked to be designated as researchers, had their clearances revoked on September 20th. Yeah, and I think that the email investigation should go on. What I'm concerned about is that, well, Trump started violating, he shut down the clearance for John Brennan, the former director of the CIA, which was presumptive of him to do that. And it looked like he did that for political reasons. But now he's just starting to get rid of other people. And even Clinton wanted the clearance revoked. So, yeah, maybe she's trying to get behind a new plan to run for president again in 2020. Hey, we're going to mute you again for using bad sexual humor in the show. We have a strict topic requirement that you stay on the issues, not talk about sex. Unless, of course, sex relates to the issues. In the late 1980s, a sex ring was exposed involving high-level politicians, members of church, members of the media in Townsend, Boys Town. And it was the Franklin Group. And we've got the band Conspiracy video, the Franklin Group's story about conspiracy of silence. Okay, I'll play that later tonight. The interesting thing about this is when the Nebraska State Police was investigating the Boys Town sexual pedophile ring, they ran into connections to the Washington, D.C. area, and they were told by the FBI to cease and desist their investigation. That's the best part of that whole story. I'll play that later tonight. Thank you. It's a good movie. I did an edited version of it online. I dedicated it to Nancy Schaefer, the woman in Georgia, state senator, who was killed. And they called it a murder-suicide. She and her husband were killed by some hitman, but they still called it a murder-suicide. She had valid information about sex trafficking of children in the Georgian area. As a state senator, she was privy to all kinds of remarks by people. And I did a complete tribute to her on my David John Sponheim YouTube channel. Yeah, it's interesting. People like Kathy O'Brien have come forth and said that she was raped by Hillary Clinton as a child. Now, these are allegations Kathy O'Brien's made that are pretty shocking. We've got a 27-minute video we'll play tonight.
My experience with Bill Clinton was extremely limited, in spite of the fact that I was a sex slave. It was my experience that Bill Clinton is bisexual, leaning far more towards a homosexual end. All I've ever seen him involved in was the homosexual activity, with very limited experience with him myself. Whereas my experience was much more prevalent with Hillary Clinton, because Hillary is also bisexual, leaning more towards a homosexual end, and it was she who accessed my sex programming to fulfill her perversions.
Wow.
Hi, everybody. This is...
Okay, we got this guy talking about Kathy O'Brien's interview. We'll be giving you his testimony tonight on what he thinks is going on. Sex slaves of the Illuminati are well noted throughout history. Many people have come forth and talked about how they were manipulated and turned into sex slaves to be used against politicians so that they get dirt on them. And many of these women are being, used as children so that the politicians have pedophile charges against them. This is a video of a woman who met Kathy O'Brien with her, a much older Kathy O'Brien, and talked about how she was manipulated by a sect of people that were used for political gain and turned her into a sex slave.
Hello, my name is Marion Schneider and I'm from SAF TV, and we have done an interview with Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips. We invited them to Germany because we want to know more about their experience with Secret Service, one could say, and with mind control programs they have personally experienced.
So they've been turning women, beautiful women. Kathy O'Brien was older in this picture, but she was with his handler, Philip, who was a former CIA agent. And they interviewed this beautiful woman as well, who talked about her relationship with the sex slave system that she was indoctrinated into.
Shaila, you have been submitted to mind control as well. Can you describe it?
I would say that the kind of mind control I was involved in was more of a basic, everyday, what most people experience kind of mind control that is based in religion and based in child abuse. And
That's the woman.
that is what brought me to meet Mark and Kathy, was that I could see where people were using fear to control other people.
So it was Mark Phillips and Kathy O'Brien. Yeah. So that's a serious problem. And that's something we should definitely look into. How they use politicians, or how they manipulate politicians to rig votes. That's how they start wars too. They use mind control to manipulate young people who become sex slaves. And it's something we need to address. And I don't think telling people that Pizzagate is a bad word and you can't use it is a way of addressing a problem. That's what Reddit and Twitter did. They made the word Pizzagate illegal to use. So we need to look into more of it. And I saw that picture, Stephen, indication that MK Ultra was actually not shut down. It was turned into another program called MK Search, often Checkwit. Yeah, for the record, MK Ultra was changed in the 1960s into a couple other programs. So we're not sure what's going on. If these people are being manipulated through mind control, it's probably a private contractor working through some other private contractor for our government. Yeah, I can unban Transcender. I'll unban him if you want. He just decided that he didn't want to come in here because of my stance on LGBTQ. All right.
I think he spells his name differently, maybe no E's, but that's okay.
Oh. Okay.
That's fine.
Massive warships heading to NATO's largest exercise area near Russia. High alert. Anita has. Wow. Breaking news. Massive warships heading to areas near Russia right now. That's not good, but these things happen all the time. Nothing to worry about. I'm going to add that to the war section as well. All right. Thank you, Anita. Appreciate it. Bingo.
Jamal Khashoggi.
Q stands for queer.
Yes. Donald Trump is vowing that he's going to have severe punishment against, if it's confirmed, Saudi Arabia is behind the disappearance of a journalist. That's going to be an interesting situation for him to engage in.
Journalist, the
Yes.
Saudi journalist.
Yes.
Was he murdered by the Saudis, and did the prince give the order to kill him?
Well, nobody knows yet, but we'll probably be able to find out. It's being investigated. It's being looked at very, very strongly. We would be very upset and angry if that were the case. As of this moment, they deny it, and they deny it vehemently. Could it be them? Yes.
Jared, your son-in-law, got on the phone and asked the prince. Did he deny it?
They deny it. They deny it every way you can imagine. In the not too distant future, I think we'll know an answer.
What are your options? Let's say they did. What are your options? Would you consider imposing sanctions as a bipartisan group of senators have proposed?
What depends on what the sanction is. I'll give you an example. They are ordering military equipment. Everybody in the world wanted that order. Russia wanted it. China wanted it. We wanted it. We got it, and we got all of it, every bit of it.
So would you cut that off?
Do I? Well, I
curtail
tell
it?
you what I don't want to do. Boeing, Lockheed, Raytheon, all these, I don't want to hurt jobs. I don't want to lose an order like that. And you know, there are other ways of punishing, to use a word that's a pretty harsh word, but it's true.
Well, yeah, it's a huge order. Saudi Arabia is a major client of ours, and if he decides to punish them, we'll wonder how he's going to punish them, if indeed they're guilty of something. So we'll find out. More information gathering. Many of you are blaming Saudi Arabia for... No, Sarah's hair looks great, too.
I agree, David's hair does look great, but I don't need to try his avocado.
She has great hair.
My hair is fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to be dealing with this problem as it continues to evolve. Saudi Arabia is a strong trading partner, but if you one of those people that believe that Saudi Arabia caused the Trade Center attack, they had nothing to do with the Trade Center attack. Nothing. So I wouldn't blame that on them. Just because the 9/11 Commission report said that 17 of the 18 terrorists were Saudi Arabian doesn't mean that Saudi Arabian backed an attack on our country. They've been an ally for a long, long time. And a big part of why you're getting cheap gas at the pump, I might add. All right. Thank you. Oh, hand me the coffee, please. Thank you. All right.
Hurricane Michael's destruction wasn't limited to the Florida coast. Thanks, True Blue. Yep, good point, Poison Pez. Good point, Bandit. Yep, you guys have a good point. Yeah. I don't know if it is Folgers. I don't know. I don't think David's had that for a while, but he's got some other coffee going on. All right. And I'm so glad it's Saturday. Yay. That's just such a nice thing. It's not Friday Eve, it's or anything like that. It's Saturday. Yay. Oh, he said he got a good deal on Folgers. Maybe it is. I don't drink coffee anymore, so that's good. Hello, Busy. I don't know if David had a haircut, but his hair does look good. Well, I don't know Transcender's name, so Lick's on, but I'm not gonna unmute you, Lick, because you have too much fun. I like your wigs, and you look like you're having a total blast. Good. You think you're pretending to be me? Is that what you're doing? You're Sarah. Totally love it. I love that you're trying to be me. Here, I'll put you on screen just because you're trying to be me. Oh, with the glasses, of course, because you know how sensitive I am about having to wear glasses. Next, you're going to call me Four Eyes or something, but you know you can never pull off an awesome set of glasses like I can. All right, just one moment. I'll put you on screen. Here we go. Here's Lick. He got a wig just to try to look like me. What do you guys think? Does he look like me? He's just so beautiful. He has his moves. There he goes. He's got the jawline and all of that. Oh, see, I like that you're trying to make the glasses more oval shaped. You got to put them like, I don't know. That's true. How do you do glasses? That's true. Binoculars. I don't know. And this is his hair. You don't need the wig. You look like me without the wig, dude. You got the long hair going on. See, I've got a few grays. Oh, wait. You can't see that. Maybe yours isn't gray. Maybe yours is just... I've got a few grays, but... Okay, here you go. And he's got the thing I do with my fists. All that happens. Don't drink tap water, because this is what happens. He's got the smile. He's got it all. There you go. And Sarah doesn't drink the Gatorade because look at the label. Or the Budweiser. No. Or no, we can't do that. Sorry, Mark. I took it off the screen as soon as I saw that. Can't do illegal substances. Well, I know it's legalized in many states. I don't know who that is, John and Keith. Well, I know his name's Lick Lick, but I don't know if that is... Are you from Chicago, Lick Lick? Let's see. Are you from Chicago? No, that's not the person. I'm from Chicago. Wait. I couldn't hear you. Let me unmute you. Are you from Chicago?
No, I'm Eddie from Polk.
Eddie
Polk
from
County,
Polk.
Florida.
Polk. Is that
Polk
like...
County in Florida. My uncle is Randall Man.
Okay. He's from Polk County, Florida, and his uncle's Randall
He has
Man.
one leg.
Were you affected by Hurricane Michael?
And I haven't been affected because I turned someone's house into a boat.
Wait.
And on the way out, I picked up the mob, and on the way out, and me and the mob went to see a drive-in movie theater.
So how did you manage to turn
There
someone...
was nothing watching, but we could watch it flood.
How in the world did you turn someone's house into a boat? Did the house like flip upside down? How did
They
you...
were living in a camper. No, they were living in a camper, and we filled the thing with water bottles. So we had a lot of water bottles, so we floated on right out of there, right into the sea. When the two tsunamis came, we just got out of there real good, real safe.
Very cool. And your
And
camper.
I'm gonna go pick up the mob today, and we're gonna have such a lot.
And you picked up the mob,
Yeah,
and you
they're
went to...
Yeah, their camper.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And you went
No,
to
my
movie
mom's
theater.
picking up the mob because she's happy that she's. No, we floated past the movie theater, but now my mom and we're all hanging out and shit, and Oma thinks she's cool, but me and Mom's gonna go see Mom's staying at my house until the new Halloween movie comes out, the 18th. So my mom said she could sleep over, so I guess what? Me and the mom's gonna have a nice sleepover for the next 9 days. You agree?
So why don't you bring the mob on camera?
We're gonna feed herself on $3.
Are you gonna bring the mob on camera?
I'll show you the mob. Hold on. Why? Yeah, if she's over. Yeah, when she's. Yeah, we're gonna have video. Why not? Cause I got Zelda's puppy with me and shit. You can. So check this out. Zelda's like this. I want to adopt a baby. So if you could hold my puppy for 3 days, a week, and you can have it, I'm gonna get a baby adopted. So check out what happened to the puppy. The thing got lost. It went 3 days to a gas chamber until they got the chip on her ear, and they called Zelda up from New York City. We got a puppy because the puppy got lost in Jersey, so they got if it wasn't for the chip, Zelda's puppy Dino would be dead.
Wow, that sounds like a bad... Are you registered?
Hey Mom, my mom's picking you up at 12 o'clock. You okay?
Okay, your mom's picking her up
The
at
mom
12.
lives 15 minutes from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I don't
right.
want to leave the house. She could go down there. She's picking up Wendy's.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna pull you off.
So Mom, just
Okay, I'm going to pull you off screen for just a minute because
Okay,
I'm
I'm gonna sign off and just say, hey, hello, everybody. Have a great day.
Okay, he said, have a great day. You could say that before I pull you off.
Or night.
Okay, good. All right. That was Lick over at iVlog. True Blue says he's the best rambler. I guess I don't like to ramble, so I just put on other people that do. He was more behaved than usual. Good, because he saw that I pulled him off if he was going to do anything illegal or untoward. All right, now I'm going to add another picture. Weird, do you think? Okay. Let's look at this. This is all across the country, people have been riveted by the reports and images of the destruction Hurricane Michael wreaked on Panama City and Mexico Beach on Florida's Gulf Coast. But it wasn't limited to where salt water laps onto sugar sand beaches. Far from the coast, back up among the piney rolling hills where Florida's panhandle gives way to Georgia and Alabama, small country towns were also walloped by the most powerful storm to hit the area since record keeping began around the time of the war, the time of the Civil War. All right, I'll just read it to you guys. Don't want to look at all the things. All right, in Jackson County, winds were estimated at 140 miles an hour. Some people on October 13th, they said Hurricane Michael survivors scramble for food and water as the death toll rises, and people are saying, I don't have anything left. Oh, it's Mad Dog's on too. Let's see how Mad Dog survived both Michael and the other hurricane. Just a sec. Oh, could you go on the center one so I could already have you ready? Mad Dog, like, go on the camera right next to you. There you go. Let me see if it's that one. Actually, go in between those two. One more time. Try one in between, because that's the one that Lick was on. There you go. Yay, thank you. It just helps me not to have to, there we go. Oops. It helps me to not have to, like, grab another screen region. I don't really know the answer to that question, Bingo. Oh, no, I messed you up now. Okay. Sorry. Oh, here he goes. Here's Mad Dog. We'll hear how he weathered both Michael and also it was the other one that came before it. There we go. How are you surviving after the hurricanes, Mad Dog? Oh, wait. Let me turn you up a little bit louder. Wait. Let me turn you up a little bit louder.
Sorry.
You're doing okay? You didn't have to turn a house into a boat or anything like that? Oh, wait, did I mute you? No? Now I can't hear anything. That's weird. Hear anything? Okay. That's weird. Now I can.
We had lots of wind, Diane. Lots of wind.
Oh, what? Okay, lots of winds.
Yes,
Okay, lots of winds.
We had lots of wind, lots of water.
Okay, lots of winds.
But we survived. So good. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. And good to see y'all. Love y'all. Mean it.
Did you have any flooding in your area? Flooding in your area.
Yes, we did. We had lots of flooding. We had much flooding. Lots lots of flooding. Lots of flooding. Lots and lots of flooding.
How far up the roads did it get or anything like that?
How far up the roads did it get or anything like that?
Well, we had lots of flooding, and people had to actually put sandbags around the house. It was really bad.
So people had to put sandbags around the house, so it was really bad.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to leave now because Jack off David's making fun of me. I'm leaving.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Jack off David's making fun of me.
Yeah, let's just, I don't want to, can I purge? I can't purge over here like that. All right. Anyway. Okay. Thanks for the updates. So we got an update from Mad Dog's doing okay. Lick Lick was doing okay over in Polk County, Florida, he said. I didn't totally hang up the call. I just took the volume way down because otherwise I was getting this big feedback is what happened. Oh, Lick Lick's in New Jersey, so no flooding there. Okay. That's why he was talking about the mob or something like that. I thought he said, never mind. I don't know what he said. Okay. Here's a video from a little more video from the hurricane. Maybe. Super tall trees bending over in the wind. I don't know if they're going to actually play for us or not. The hurricane knocked down countless trees and power lines. It ripped brick facades and roofs off buildings, rendered much of the road systems impassable. Water was out, power was out county-wide. Emergency officials say it might take a month before the lights come back on. Water system failed, mains broke, and the pump stopped working. Wow. This hurricane has left children without a school, and parents are struggling to provide normalcy. Wow. Yes, children need normalcy and a sense of security to help deal with the trauma the storm left behind. Just a storm can be an adverse childhood experience for these kids. Wow. People are saying that they need to tell kids in developmentally appropriate ways that they should explain to them what happened and that everything will eventually be all right. However, if you've been following the CNN news stories or anything like that, they say that if we don't do something drastic by 2030, that storms could get potentially even more worse. I mean, this is the worst storm to hit since recorded time, which happened since the Civil War, 1860s, and they say by 2030 we could reach what's called a 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than pre-industrial temperatures, and that could have just a much more devastating effect, more intense hurricanes, more dry spells, bigger heat waves and things like that. So there could be more potential damage and more potential lives at risk. I think you might have been banned over here. I don't know, Bangolitis. I don't think that I'm gonna die soon. I've got at least 12 years till 2030, and hopefully being where I am, that everything is fine, but they do say that it's going to be, that if we don't do something, what was the art headline said, if we don't do something dramatic to impact the weather, to impact the global warming, that it could be dramatic for, we could have serious consequences. Hi, Howie. The problem about living underground, I mean, I think living underground is definitely a great idea in many circumstances. Start digging. But of course, contact your power and electric companies and sewer line companies to make sure that you're not digging into a power line. That could be very traumatic. Make sure you're not interfering with those vital services. But digging underground, that's an interesting idea. I don't know if I would necessarily do that in a hurricane zone, though, knowing that, or flooding zone, because then your shelter that you want to live in underground could end up can end up being completely full of water. So you want to, if you are going to dig underground, make sure it's in a watertight area. Oak Harbor, elevation 92 feet. Pretty close to sea level there, huh? I have seen Blast from the Past. Both David and I really enjoyed Blast from the Past. I kind of think that's one of the things we both like. There's this really great, I think David might have shown you a really great house. If David hasn't shown you, I should have him stop showing the video. And there's a really great house that has an amazing underground facility that a guy built, 1 5-gallon bucket at a time. And he has this whole underground living facility. Average. I haven't looked at the GPS to see what my altitude is where I live. We don't have that many. We have a few hills on this island, but I know. Okay. Yeah, you're mimicking me. Look. Are you shedding too? Howie wants the hive from Resident Evil minus the bad viruses. Sometimes that happens. Okay, I haven't seen Resident Evil, so I'll have to check that out and figure out what the hive is. Hello, Mad Dog. Oh, there you go. You're not What is that? Why are you holding a knife? No, don't use a knife on your hair. Oh, 519, you're hilarious. I guess he likes to wear wigs, so maybe he's on his way to being out there. It's like a beehive of science labs. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's fine, Eller. You don't need to go on iVlog videos to say hi. You can just say hi without going on camera, which is perfectly fine to do. That's how I feel. Hello, DJ Chills, New York City. All the chemical plant emissions drift right into your hood. Lick. No wonder you're trying to have some other types of chemicals in your body because you don't like the chemicals in the air around you. My goodness. I don't think so, Mad Dog. Alright, I think I'm done with this story. I gotta close out of it with this one. Hundreds of Hondurans head for the U.S. border in a mass migration report. According to a report. Look at this picture. My goodness. Look at this, people. That doesn't look like hundreds to me. I mean, it definitely looks like hundreds, but it looks more like it could be like thousands. Hondurans are fleeing poverty and violence. Right now they're in San Pedro Sula. They claim they're headed toward the U.S. Vice President Pence sat down with the Central American country's leader, urging him to take a tougher stance on mass migrations. At least, well, okay, I was close. I knew it was over 1,000. 1,300 people, including young children, left San Pedro Sula in northern Honduras on Saturday in what some are calling the March of the Migrant. The group plans to march through Guatemala and into Mexico. From there, they will request refugee status, which would allow them to stay in the country, or they will apply for a visa to pass through into the U.S. Pence has said that he's asked Vice President Oscar Ortiz of El Salvador to step up and help combat illegal immigration in return for help from the U.S. Oh, he also met with Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez and President Jimmy Morales of Guatemala. They met in Washington at a conference for prosperity and security in Central America. Pence claims if they do more, that the U.S. will do more. Flows from illegal immigrants from Honduras and Guatemala are up 61% and 75% respectively. Here are pictures from that conference with Pence in the middle, near the middle. Oh, along with Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State. According to Reuters, 64% of Honduran households live in poverty. Many of the migrants are fleeing poor economy and some of the highest crime rates in the world. Oh, so in 2016, Congress approved 30% more than Trump administration asked for those countries in last year. Last year, Trump administration proposed $460 million in assistance. Well, the thing is, no, I would never do that, Howie. John, you say we can't just pass out money for people doing what we want. But how does passing out money, you say gets you laughed at? But passing out money might keep those people in their own home countries rather than trying to flee those countries to travel to the United States. Mass migrations have become a growing problem at the border. In May, almost 200 migrants from Central America attempted to seek asylum in the U.S. after traveling with a caravan of over 1,000 migrants. Your dad dated your dad? You had two dads, Lick Lick? Oh, that explains everything. Yes, well, you keep working on those cheekbones. You just might have a beautiful face. Keep working on it. Keep squeezing those cheekbones, guys. Yeah, in his dreams, look, in his dreams, he would love to. Kelp Farming 87, I like your name. I like kelp. What's worse, microaggressions or the macroaggression of poverty? I think the macroaggression of that poverty leads to the macroaggression. I think that is worse, kelp farming. John and Cage claims over at Vaughn Live that people don't like to hear it, he claims, but he thinks war fixes a lot of these problems. Maybe he can expand on that. Thanks, Scissor Fight. All right, so Tesla has created 100,000 Model 3 vehicles. Yeah, exactly. Chlorine gas says it all. Yeah, like war really fixed the problems in Iraq or Syria or Libya or Afghanistan. Can I sense the sarcasm in your comments? Yes, I can. Like Kelp Farming wrote, Kelp Farming 87, war often reseeds other problems. Exactly. The thing is, what I personally think is one of the solutions is reseeding and is revitalizing the soil and growing getting back to our roots, growing food, because really, and making sure that we have plenty of clean drinking water. Water, when you have water and you have food, you have prosperity, you have health, you have happiness, you have peace, you have productivity, and really, so it really starts with making sure we have beautiful soil, and we can do that with composting. Thank you, Dialogue. Yes, I think that's really what it. And when you get your hands in the soil, it really is. It's just so wonderful and therapeutic, and it's just beautiful. So I really am a big advocate of composting. Big advocate of composting, because I really think it'll lead to revitalization of the world, any country in the world. It's amazing. I have. Okay, I will. On your request, I will do that. I've done I'm a gardener now. I can say that for sure. Never really thought of myself as a big gardener. I always like to try to garden, try to grow things, but I wasn't the best at watering. And then the soil just was everywhere I've tried to plant. It's like put your seeds in, on the rocks or in the clay in our case. And if you don't have the soil, it's very difficult to grow things. And when you do have the right soil, you can grow so much. You can grow just food to feed people, and it's just so amazing. And no, Howie.
Okay, I'll be back. Here now. Yeah, here I am. I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
That's pretty good, Robert. I hadn't heard that one. Robert claims that the brain and the earth operate at 6 megahertz. So when you work in the earth, you retune the brain.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah.
I have heard this thing about beneficial bacteria that live in the soil.
Yep.
And when you breathe in the beneficial bacteria, it actually is good for your brain. It releases serotonin. What it does is it triggers the release of serotonin in your brain, and it's just so so that's.
You read a study about that, I remember.
I did. Yeah, I did read a study about that. So that's I really, when I read about people, I was talking about this article that came up that there's hundreds of Hondurans 1,300 Hondurans are heading for the border, the U.S. border, in a mass migration, and you can see the picture
1,300
here.
Hondurans are headed for our border. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there was a conference in Washington, D.C. this week about Central America. Mike Pence and the Secretary of State met with presidents and vice presidents of Central American countries, trying to convince them to, basically trying to convince them, try to stop the mass migration, and the U.S. will help you.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, the amount of money that Trump requested was 30% less than what Congress approved under Obama's administration.
Right.
For those countries. And I mean, when
so
you're
we created
in poverty,
a crisis by not giving them more food.
It makes a huge difference.
It does make a difference. But
and that's why I got into the conversation and somebody said, well, I know people don't like to hear it, but war fixes a lot of these problems. And I said, Actually, and then this person said, yeah, like war fixed the problems in Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan.
Yeah, sure, yeah. You kill people and then you create enemies with all their family members, and then there you have an ongoing sectarian violent war for centuries to come. Nice.
Where I got back into the conversation of what really helps people is our whole viewpoint, David and myself, which is water equals food equals prosperity equals peace equals happiness equals productivity and health.
Yeah.
And
peace is
how do you
prosperity.
achieve that? Making great soil.
Yeah.
And my compost pitch.
Yeah, the water combo, this is the idea that came to my mind a few years ago. I just said, yeah, if we have more water on the planet, people have more food, and it'll lead to more prosperity, and people will ultimately have peace because they won't be hating each other, and they won't have hungry stomachs. I mean, there's a simple ratio here to happiness, and that is make sure people are happy. Now, down in Guatemala or Honduras, people are not happy, and we cut their funding under Trump. Now we're paying the price. Greek God said 3 million illegal immigrants coming to Greece, and you guys flip out over a few thousand. No, we're just preparing for even more because the population growth in South America is 31%. Thank you, Sarah. Dinner is ready for you. And have as many olives as you want there. I put some black olives with the chicken casserole. Okay. And
I'm not a big black olive fan, but...
Well, then don't have any. But there are some in the chicken casserole if you want to eat it.
Okay, thank you.
I already chopped them in. Thank you. How is water is created by fire? Really? Okay, you're gonna have to explain that to me. We don't need to give them money. What we do is give them food, and we've got tons of it. America is massive, the massive waste country of the world, and we are dumping all our food in a landfill with plastic waste. We're not making good sense of what's happening. And it is becoming a bigger problem since we aren't even aware of how to handle our waste. 50% of the food that we have in our country is being wasted. It's going into landfills. So what I'm recommending is, okay, I'll check out the link.
Well, do you consider me your president?
Oh, a Donald Trump impersonation. Great. Chris Tucker. Excellent. Yeah, he's really good with impersonations. Outstanding. Thank you. But I'm looking at my photograph album in which I have my little picture of food aid. And this is an idea I came up with in 2009, which, 9 years later, you'd think would be able to get people to get a food drop going, but this is a big solution to all the food waste we have. So what I'm suggesting is, if we could get food to these people down in Honduras, they probably wouldn't be coming up here into America. And it'd be a lot cheaper for us to do that, since we throw our food out anyway, than to deal with the oncoming crisis of their immigration into our country. No, I see your link. Live link. Watch her facial expression. Is it just us, or does she look scared of her husband? Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, Republicans and their wives. We're analyzing her facial expressions.
Throughout the plane. She looks scared to death. You saw her eyes?
Very interesting speeches from the president and from Brett Kavanaugh, as there was a lot of palpable relief in that room for the people.
They didn't get anything to stick on Brett Kavanaugh, and other than the fact that he's a sloppy drunk, and he wouldn't take a lie detector test, and all you Republicans still say he didn't lie and she did, the woman who passed the lie detector test. It's kind of ridiculous how this is going. But to draw any type of assessment based on that woman's expressions, I'm sorry, that's stretching. Well, sitting next to Donald, standing next to Donald, that's, it's enough to put anybody ill at ease. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous to think that Brett Kavanaugh is beating his wife. That's ridiculous. There's no proof of that. We have more proof that Melania is being abused. Have you heard about the supposed tape? Tom Arnold talks about it. He says there's a tape of Donald Trump beating up Melania in an elevator, and that he paid $500,000 to suppress it. It's just a rumor out there that Tom Arnold, Roseanne Arnold fame, he keeps pushing that. Oh, carbon-based material like wood or coal burn, it creates water, methane, C4 methane plus oxygen to burn makes carbon dioxide and water. Okay, I see your point. Yeah, Greek god, yeah. Chemically, you're accurate, but most of the water we have is from evaporation. And the beautiful plant life that produces oxygen and sucks in carbon dioxide. The girl that defected from North Korea was surprised by the number of trash cans that were in South Korea. In North Korea, they do not make any trash. Robert 51.3. Yeah, you're right, man. North Korea has very little food, so they make very little trash. We are a country of excess. So what I was going to suggest is that we could somehow get a system in place where we can freeze dry and bag food at restaurants. Wouldn't that be great? The government could produce a machine that could just, plug it in and say, okay, all your food waste goes in here, and it's automatically freeze dried and bagged at that location. What a concept. Because the biggest problem we have with food is the perishable aspect of going from the restaurant to the dumpster. So if we could take all that food that's lightly bad, or, like pizzas, all those pizzas that are wasted, each slice could be freeze-dried and bagged. It wouldn't take that long to do. It's like, just put it in there and... So creating a machine that would do that would be kind of ideal. Then we could drop it on all these countries. All of food waste. We have huge amounts of food. They say $160 billion worth of food is lost every year in America. Isn't that shocking? $160 billion worth of food is lost. That could easily feed these people who are migrants coming up to America looking for some food. No, I don't think the fact that anybody gets a polygraph test based on their lawyer's assessment is biased. No. In fact, you think that polygraph tests don't stand up in court, but why does our government use them? Why do they use them at the CIA? Why is it when everything happened at Benghazi and Chris Stevens, that Barack Obama started lie detector testing everybody in the CIA upon Hillary Clinton's request to make sure that nobody talked to the press? Why would they use lie detectors if they didn't believe they worked? Why does our government use lie detectors if you didn't think that they work? You ruled out all lie detectors. This is how the Republican mind thinks. Oh, well, lie detectors aren't admissible in court, so therefore they don't work at all. A photo of Chris Stevens' grave? I'm sure there is. I mean, it takes all of a nanosecond to find it in this world. We're not sure which Chris Stevens you're talking about, though. There's about 50,000 photographs of Chris Stevens' graves. There's a lot of Chris Stevens that passed away. Which one would you like to pick? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch yeah. A lot of people have passed away named Chris Stevens. Yep. All right. Good job. Daily Mail he's still alive. Video shows the moment the ambassador's body is pulled from the embassy. Yeah. It's sad. He died of smoke inhalation. Some people, one guy said that he lived all the way to the hospital and he saw him laying on a gurney, dying, without any assistance. And that man was told he was a liar, even though he had no history of lying. Yeah. the guy was working as a security detail for Chris Stevens at the time, and he was part of an English company, and he testified in front of 60 Minutes that he saw Chris Stevens alive at the hospital. But the narrative said that he died at that location of smoke inhalation. So there's a lot of stories that are being suppressed. The CIA, when they came back from Benghazi, were all 31 of them were lie detector tested every single week or two, just to make sure that they didn't talk to the media. Hillary did not want anyone talking to the media about what happened in Benghazi. And also, we found out recently that from the Republicans that Schrock, the guy, the Democrat FBI agent, went through all the emails that they found on WikiLeaks of Hillary and pulled the Benghazi ones from anyone looking at them. That's what the story is. So the Benghazi emails were all, culled from the whole thing. So we never even got that. So Donald Trump is effectively stopping an investigation into Clinton, Benghazi, as well as the Haitian money deals. The Clinton Foundation wasted $5.4 billion. All these things are still not being dealt with by our country at all. So we have a country that's not self-policing, a president that's doing backdoor deals with the Democrats and trying to retain his power that way, promising things to people. And this is precisely why we have a problem with Trump essentially working for the Russians, because he promises people things. Whenever he needs money, he says, "Oh, what can I do for you? What exactly do you want? How can I help you?" And he does this quid pro quo thing. And he promises so many people things that they're trying to call in their markers right now. And many of them are pissed off. So I'm beginning to think that Trump has extended himself too far. And now if he tries to appease the Democrats to try to save his ass against the Russian investigation, we're dealing with a guy who'll sell his soul to Satan to make a few bucks so he can finance his loans at the Trump Tower. That's what we're dealing with. I think you people know it too. Deep down in your heart, you know that you've been sold under, that he made deals with big oligarchs, and now we're not doing America's bidding now. We're doing the Zionist oligarchs and Russia's bidding. So they want to control us every which way they can, so they're using Russia now to do it. They've been controlling our country through various PAC groups, like AIPAC. American Israeli Political Action Committee. I will not accept their money. I won't do their bidding. Everybody gets a place at the table, but I'm not going to do the bidding of a bunch of Zionists who think they can control the world. I'm sorry. They can't control America. Whatever other country they're involved in, I can't dictate what they do. Yeah, believe it or not, there's still an investigation. Mueller's going to put together a few questions because Trump said he will not answer questions about obstruction. Even though he actually asked people if he could fire Mueller, which is an act of obstruction. He actually asked 5 or 6 people on record who said, Donald Trump was considering firing Mueller. All he'd have to say is, "Donald, did you try to fire me?" And that would be enough to declare obstruction of justice. So Mueller he's offering nothing to the American people, and we're still waiting for his case to evolve. It should have made major leaps and bounds based on the fact that Manafort cut a deal on all those money laundering charges. But now the whole thing went silent. You notice that? Nothing from Manafort, nothing from Mueller. No news whatsoever. Oh yeah, Mueller may be on the take. He may be part of this entire conspiracy against our country. I will not take money from AIPAC. No, they never offered me money, but I won't take it. Yeah, he just would fire it. No, Donald Trump is on record talking to 5 people that they testified already that they're willing to testify that Donald Trump asked them, "Should I fire Mueller?" That's obstruction of justice. Isn't it interesting Michelle Obama's siding with Bush, claiming they're partners in crime? Well, I guess Michelle Obama is also responsible for George W. Bush being a war criminal who led to the death of a million people in Iraq. At least 1 million people, Yeah. I guess Michelle is going to share that war criminal act since they're partners in crime now, Michelle said that they were doing the same thing, going to a funeral together. Was it John McCain's funeral? And she said we're partners in crime. Now, what bad use of words, if you ask me. I think Michelle and Barack are both responsible. Michelle lied to us. She said that she was a woman, and she's clearly not. Okay, I think I have a battery problem in my link here. I'm going to make sure it's not the CPU. I think it's I really think it's the battery in my mouse. I'll hang in there until Sarah gets here, then I'll replace it. Dave, you have my permission to use that. Thank you. You made us a ATP logo? Wow. Do you want to send it to me? Because I don't know how to use it off your image there. Well, it's just to send it as a GIF to gmail.com. Thank you so much. If you can. No hurry though. Bernie said if anyone is nominated to the DNC in 2020 that is to the right of Elizabeth Warren, Bernie is running as a third party. Well, Bernie can run as a third party. It doesn't matter. He's really into money, so. I would definitely be an alternative to the Democrats for sure, because I appeal to all the Democrats on every issue. I was a Democrat for 30 years. I would definitely be harder than the Democrats on stopping Dow Chemical and Monsanto. I would go down tough on Roundup. I would get that stuff pulled off the shelves. We'd use it. We would actually, it's only used for cleaning. It's a shellator. It's designed to clean paint off metal. I don't think it has any other purpose. I would appeal to blue dog Democrats and moderate Republicans. Yes, definitely. That's the whole point of the centrist movement, I'm a conservative, fiscal conservative, but I'm a social liberal. But I'm not so socially liberal I'm going to waste your taxes on wasteful spending. It really pisses me off when these Democrats tax and spend like they do. More Than a Woman, Michelle Obama. More Than a Woman. That would be good to play with Michelle in the background, yeah. Well, I've been putting together a platform that appeals to people who support gun rights. I support gun rights. Who appeals to people who want to stop the illegal alien problem that's currently still a problem along the border. And I certainly want to make sure that we deal with the border fence because it's my idea, not Trump's. I'm the one who came up with the 1,000-mile fence. Pat Buchanan was the first to talk about a fence, but I was talking about a fence with my father back in 1992. So right around the time that Ross Perot was around, but he didn't talk about a fence. But the fence idea really could be deployed for $1 billion total. It wouldn't need more than $1 billion, and Trump is charging too much for it. I believe that the fence can be built for a much more effective cost, for sure. Well, I used to keep that with it. It disappeared. I'm also pretty proactive about the idea of developing a national defense system using everything from a fence to the big idea that I have is the drone missile defense system. Nobody else has that. And the drone missile defense system could be used in tandem with the fence. Well, we need something to protect ourselves from incoming missiles, like the ones North Korea is projecting that they're building, and I have seen no effort on their part to get rid of these things. We're the third party because we're up against two parties. If he fired Mueller, that'd be obstruction. He'd likely seal the deal for impeachment. Unless both parties and the POTUS really are totally deep state and they just let him keep Donalding them. Were Ross Perot's people talking about a border?
Life. I was raised by a single mother on welfare.
Wow, this person was maced by paramilitary after a Trump rally. Huh. I don't support the walkaway movement. I don't even know where it came from. I certainly don't want you to walk to Donald Trump. Yes, there was a theory that Mark was working with other people like United American Warlord. There was a theory that he offered him $75,000 to dox us. That came into the room. We have testimony to that effect from various people, as well as this person named T. Rucker. But most of all, Lot Lizard was the one that supposedly got a lot of money. I don't know if any of these allegations are true. I really can't verify them. I can't open up and get subpoenas for access of records and financial transactions through PayPal. That would take a lawyer. All I can tell you is that the word on the street is that, hey, you're a fiscal racist. That's pretty funny. Word on the street is that we've been suppressed and censored for a long time. And that's why our donations went down to nearly nothing over the past few years. Well, if you attended a meeting with Ross Perot talking about the border, congratulations. The reform movement embraced the border idea. Pat Buchanan came up with it officially, but I was the one that added the number of miles needed to create the fence to guard our country. And recently, we put this idea together with your help, and we came up with a container fence idea, a 1,000-mile container fence costing no more than $1 billion. That's the goal. Our lunar landing, I don't support the lunar information at this point. When NASA lost all the videotape and telemetry data of the landings, of the moon landing, it changed the dimension for me. It made me wonder whether we had gone to the moon, especially since we haven't been back in 50 years. And I know what a liar Richard Nixon was, so I'm pretty convinced that he was giving us a line of BS at this point. But if you believe that we went to the moon, fine. I don't really want to get into your head on that one. You may think it's heresy to say that we didn't go to the moon. It doesn't matter. I still don't believe we went there. I'm willing to guess that we may have sent a probe to the moon, that we may have gotten satellites out of the ionosphere, and we could easily take a picture of the Earth. But then I asked myself, well, are there any pictures of the Earth? And I typed in pictures of the Earth from space, and every single picture matches the Blue Marble artistic rendition of the Earth. Every single one. So even this one's the Blue Marble. It's been identified. It's just cut into a black background. So when you look deep into this, they're all pictures of the Blue Marble, which was multiple paint jobs of various cloud formations over the Earth. They claim this is the one picture from the moon, but it doesn't explain why there are no stars in the picture. Not with this high resolution. Everything looks like it's been matted on and cut into a ruby. Anyway, if you can give me a credible picture of the Earth from space, I'd be interested in seeing it. Sarah showed me a little dot, which was interesting. It didn't look that credible to me, though. We should have high-tech capabilities to get out there and take pictures of the Earth in high resolution. I mean, I still don't understand why we don't have a high-resolution picture of the Earth. Thank you. I don't have any information on the NPC theory currently. Non-players, characters glitch the Matrix. Fake people. It's one of the Mandela effect beliefs that I believe is just pre-programming and self-fulfilling prophecies. That equals Mandela. They have the ability to warp our perception of everything at all times. Okay, so the drone missile defense system would be an advanced robotic drone system. Most of the systems would be designed to fly on solar power. So the drones would be able to make it up into the air on solar power and continue to run without any problem indefinitely, and would only go to a docking station if they themselves detected any problems within their system. Now these drones, if you will be able to defend against our country using small packs of plastic explosives inside of their bodies. Now these are already in development, so it's not like I'm speaking off the top of my head here. They already have photographic evidence of these types of drones being developed and being used in our country on a daily basis. So the fact that they could have a charge of plastic explosives in them makes them very dangerous. Or they could have a liquid hydrogen pack, which could also provide a rapid speed potential and be able to fly into the air rapidly and intercept targets within a few short seconds. They could also have a radar system or a solar system that would have about maybe a 50-mile radius. Each drone could be extremely robust too, not like little teeny drones, more like the unmanned aerial vehicles we have today. Or we could make them really tiny and disposable, but the bottom line is we could develop something that could easily develop a safety net around our country. Each of the drones would not be able to communicate with each other. They would not be able to talk to each other except through possibly infrared, which would prevent somebody from actually hacking into them with radio frequencies. I don't think a flying aircraft carrier for drones is out of the question. That makes total sense. We could readapt a C-17 to do that. The C-17s are the most useful planes because they have the ability to carry a huge cargo, and they're already up and running. And they're amazing. The C-17 Globemaster. There was a crash at one of these things. There was a graveyard stall that occurred on a liftoff. Watch. That's the graveyard stall. Watch what happens. Okay, so when something that big is crashing, it goes sideways, and thank you, Miss Fluffy. Appreciate it. I will in a bit. I'm sure it'll be fine. Thank you. All right, so we have a lot of people who have no idea how things work, and they don't understand that you can't possibly deploy drones from a C-17. Well, I think more likely than not, the C-17 would be useful for our food aid idea. That's where it could really be beneficial because the cargo is not that heavy, and we wouldn't want a C-17 to stall like that. But the blimp idea is something that would very likely be an alternative way of getting the drones to docking bays. So say we have a cargo carrier like the blimp plane, and we're up in the air and we're flying, and we want to turn its cargo bay in the front, like the nose cone can drop off. We could actually mount drones inside the nose cone. This whole assembly right here comes down. It actually collapses, especially in the cargo versions. So all the drones can go right into the front and dock for redevelopment. They could actually have a modernized system where every drone goes right in and goes into a conveyor belt for reassessment. We could be looking at a constant resupply of our drone missile defense system on a daily basis, flying in the air with the blimp plane. It will withstand subsonic stresses, absolutely. The outer exterior of the blimp plane is designed to provide total protection against even projectiles. It's going to be a Kevlar exterior, which will be completely fiberglassed over, so it'll have some bulletproof capability. But even if there was a hole burst through it, it would hit a webbing which would not create a massive fire like the Hindenburg. In fact, Honda did a stress test on aluminum fuel tanks for hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, and they found that Honda couldn't even get it to blow up. They took a 9mm and blew it right into a liquid hydrogen aluminum tank. All it would do is produce a blue flame. That's all it would do. No, I don't bleach my eyebrows. But that's a pretty kitty. Very pretty. So the blimp plane is another idea that I'd like to put together. We've got a graveyard of 707s out there that are absolutely beautiful. I probably showed you the graveyard for airplanes. Really interesting. So if you're wondering if I could pull this off, look at all the planes that are sitting out in the middle of Airplane Mart in the Mojave. It's phenomenal. I mean, they've got planes out there like all over the place. Every one of these planes could easily be converted into a blimp plane, and the cost would be negligible for our country. 707s would be the ideal size, but anything, even McDonnell Douglas planes could still be used. The fuselage is all built. We don't need to build the fuselage. So every one of these could fit right comfortably into the concept of building a blimp plane. So it's not going to be as expensive as building a plane. They're already built. They're already built. We don't need to add to the problem. Well, generally the stress fractures that they retire the planes for are usually around the wings. Well, we won't even need wings. We don't even need wings for these things to be stable. We could just create carrier planes that can move cargo, blimp planes that ultimately provide carrying capacity for whether we're moving product, ordnance, munitions, or just drones. We could easily build these things. I mean, this is a no-brainer. I can't even believe people haven't done this. But it takes a person with my intelligence and IQ to establish ideas that have never really been thought of. I have other concepts of actually putting parachutes on planes. What a concept. Why wouldn't they put a parachute on a plane if you're flying in a jet? You want to be a parachute. Most people get in the plane, they're like suicidal when they get in there, like, well, I guess it's over. That's it. I talked to a family member of mine, a cousin, who said he likes to just think this is it for him. This is the end of his life. He just has to accept the fact that when he gets to that plane, he's going to die. You don't have to feel that way. There should be a way of saving every soul that gets into an airplane. I will not start a company that's going to lose money. No. I'm not going to throw money into a wasteful company. I want these to be effective. They have to be done by the government. It's a spicy meatball. That looks a little too weird. Yeah.
That's a spicy meatball.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Jim Carrey playing in The Mask, saying that's a spicy meatball.
That's a spicy meatball.
Brilliant. And under 8 seconds, too. Not bad. I think YouTube may allow me to do that. That's pretty funny. That's a spicy meatball. No, actually, my chances of being in a plane crash are much higher than yours. My chances of being in a plane crash are probably 90 to 95% based on the fact that I'm so public and the fact that the systems that are out there right now are completely unprotected from external hacking. Navigation systems are vulnerable. That's why flight MH370 was lost. I have a video tonight. We're going to be playing you about flight MH370 and the crash that occurred. It's 21 minutes, the lost flight MH370 episode 1. I think Chatroom Celebrity got us this. But if you don't know about MH370, they lost a beautiful plane. No reason why it would have been lost. The black box should have had a beacon on it, which would be seen at water levels that were all around the plane when it went down, that were not deeper than 25,000 feet. So the black box somehow was hijacked. You don't get credit for that one? Okay, it was somebody else. Sorry. But he just sent that to us earlier. I added it to my list. But I'm going to play that tonight for you. Flight of MH370. It's a good one. I believe that MH370 was hijacked by the powers of the family, the Rothschild family. Somehow they managed to overtake the navigation system and down it. And they've done this with other planes too. A punishment for not paying the debt to the IMF. Flight 447 out of Brazil was downed similarly. They never found out why the plane was crashed. The flight over the Swiss Alps was downed. No one could explain why the flight went down. It was not the co-pilot locking the pilot out of the cockpit. There's no actual evidence of that. Not a stitch of evidence. So they've got control over planes. That's why I can't fly until I can actually secure the navigation system with a Faraday cage or something that'll block radio frequencies. Because honestly, you guys can travel, no problem. You don't have a high profile like I do. But clearly I can't in any way take that chance. It's just not possible. Yeah, so we're kind of done here. These ideas are doable. I'm not going to waste your time with it. Trump is wasting $25 billion on a fence with CEMEX. They don't even know how many feet they're going to build. No, it's not about fear. I have no fear at all. No. Boy, you're really a total idiot, Dialogue. You can't even read into what's happening, do you? You have no logical thinking skills. I'm sorry to criticize you, but you're the one, you're Melko, right? You're the guy who continually questions everything I say. Well, in the interest of this ban, I want you to know that what you're not understanding is if I get in a plane, I put other people at risk. And I can't bear that responsibility. I'm not going to go on a plane and think that they're going to take me out because they don't want me running for office. And I put over 200 people at risk if I get on the plane. I'm a public figure around the world. You don't have to worry. Well, I care because I would not want anyone to go down as a result of me flying on a plane. So Michael Avenatti challenged Donald Trump Jr. to a mixed martial arts fight for charity. Well, I think Michael Avenatti is turning out to be a public media whore, for no other way of describing how he's behaving. He's also in violation of FEC law if he takes any portion of the money he crowdfunded for his presidential run. And apparently he already has. So he's going to be charged with a Class C felony. I don't need to wear underwear that's silk to know that I'm comfortable. I mean, I could sleep in silk sheets to know that my sheets are silk, but I like a thread count of about 800. They almost feel like, I like cotton thread counts of 800. It feels like silk. Okay, so we've got about 1,500 people who are on a trek from Honduras to the U.S., courtesy of Donald Trump and how he cut their funding. We covered that story. 1,300 people, including young children, left San Pedro Sula in northern Honduras on Saturday, calling the March of the Migrant. They're traveling. It's a pretty grueling walk from Honduras to the Mexican border and then on into the U.S. Yeah, it's going to be hard to deal with that. Trump has no plan whatsoever. 26-year-old Democrat mayor arrested. Hasil Correa faces federal fraud charges. Okay, gracias. Okay, 26-year-old. Let's take a look.
October 11th, 2018. Pictured here is the current mayor of Fall River, Massachusetts, Jaziel Carrera. Is the youngest ever elected mayor of the city. It's beside current Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. This picture, Jaziel Carrera was just arrested today based on federal fraud charges. He's facing, charged with shameless and greedy, these fraud charges.
Well, that'll be good. We'll play that tonight for sure. Well, you know, if he's anywhere near Elizabeth Warren, you know there's something wrong, because she's committed fraud, in my opinion. My story was that she needs to take a DNA test. Trump somehow listened to our show and started talking about it like it was his idea, and then he started referring to her as Pocahontas. I mean, I have Native American ancestry. I don't want you dissing Pocahontas. I think I'm related to her. Just talk about the real issues, Donald. Why hasn't Elizabeth Warren gotten a DNA test? What is she hiding? If she proves that she's 20% Cherokee Indian, no fraud. But if she's not 20% Cherokee Indian, fraud. Affirmative action fraud, she's going to jail. She stole public funds, that's right. Thank you, Drumstick. Youngest mayor arrested on fraud charges, I know. He thought he could, like, game the system. Or system the game. Ghost. Caught on tape. Wow. We have evidence of a ghost caught on tape, folks. Let's take a look. There it is. It's a Casper imitation image caught on tape. Steven Seagal, you're speaking in Russian. You know, we don't recite that language here. We're not, many Americans don't realize that Russia took over the country about a year ago. Yeah. We didn't get the memo. Oh, I see. It's a dirty word. I didn't realize you were speaking dirty words here. I would never wear English leather. No, I'm not into S&M or bondage. Oh, you mean the perfume? The cologne? No, it smells horrible. It smells like a gas station. How could people even wear that stuff? I wear a cologne called Pleasures. Yeah, I still have it. I bought it in 1998. I very rarely wear cologne. Yeah, Pleasures by Estee Lauder. It's got a 4.5 rating. This is what I wear when I go out to be Mr. Romantic. Hello, I am wearing Pleasures. What is your name? Do you smell my pheromones? Do you smell the smell of my pheromones? What a great thing to say on a speed date. Hello, my name is David. I am wearing Pleasures. Do you smell my pheromones? $37, I would pay more. I bought mine on sale. How are you a public figure if you speak publicly? Believe it or not, argument, I know it's hard for you to understand, but many people, you still don't get it. Many people, should I even answer you? No, I'm not wasting my time. Google Maps users spotted terrifying ghost lurking in a cemetery on Street View. Check this out. You guys have seen things on the internet that I have not seen. I'm going to watch this video with you right now. Mystifying, terrifying ghost girl lurking. Whoa. Oh, this is weird. I just got the goosebumps, didn't you? Okay, this is called The Hidden Underbelly. Google Maps. Okay, I'll just narrate it here. Wow. Well, how do you know she wasn't actually at the graveyard at the time? It's kind of strange, it's black and white on her face. Well, I'm convinced something's not right. And the second ghostly figure. Where's that? Oh, this one? Okay. Yeah. Well, I've seen a lot of ghostly figures, but, you know, many of these things could be Photoshopped, too. Photoshop 101, Bengalitis says. Pale kid, yeah. Old Craigslist for a cabin boy you should inquire. Howie, are you trying to win points here? Because you're kind of losing it. Wow. Can you believe this guy? He can't take any constructive criticism in the show. Dave, do you hear Facebook is now saying Americans are copying the Russians to fake accounts and rigging the election? The Americans are copying the Russians to fake accounts? I don't know. Howie, how are you trying to help by saying I should look up a cabin boy? I don't get that. Explain yourself, Howie. You're on the line now. Why would I want somebody who lives with me who gets free room and board? Steven Seagal says my hair inspired him. He just ordered a bunch of avocado shampoos from China. Well, you got to get the Garnier one. Garnier, it's avocado and shea butter. Oh, it's good. I don't think I've ever had a shampoo lather up like that. Happy pre-Halloween? Blah. It's a time warp. That'll be fun tonight. Thank you. That was my era, you know. I used to go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show at the Tiffany's in Hollywood with friends of mine. We used to have a ball. It was funny. On Friday night, we'd go there and, you know, do all the shtick for the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I think one of my girlfriends even had me do dress up one night as a vampire. Yeah. I think she wanted me to be a transsexual from Transylvania, but I didn't quite make it to the transsexual part. No, I'm not going to be, I'm thinking of becoming, I was going to become an android. Robotic android for Halloween. I was going to call myself the Donald Droid. Robotic Donald Trump. Whatever. I mean, if you want to call me as some an ugly woman, that's for your choice. I mean, I'm not a woman. Don't forget the slices of toast at the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Well, that was later. That was after I did mine. I was one of the first Rocky Horror Picture things. I never dressed up like Giuliani. No, I've never dressed up in drag. No, she dressed me up as a vampire, but I was not. She wanted me to be a transsexual from Transylvania. I said, I'm not a transsexual. As in, we're like involved in a heterosexual relationship. Hello? No wonder she dumped me. She wanted me to be a tranny. I should have known. Nope, no shuddering. There's no trap. You're an idiot, psychotic, and you need help, Milko. Jeez, this guy. He's got the worst problem anyone's ever had on Earth. He doesn't understand that I don't fly because I don't want to put anyone else at risk. He thinks I'm afraid to fly or afraid to go out in public speaking events when I just don't want this third party to go down like JFK did. It's just crazy. I'm beginning to think Milko is being paid to do this. Yeah, unless he's that stupid, he would do this on a daily basis because he's psychotic. Dave, I'm really starting to think you're AI. I told you that's ridiculous, Ace Spade. I am clearly not robotic. Everything about me is natural. Oh, like I'm really standing next to a zombie? I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're taking it to the nth degree. You've gone overboard. You think I'm some sort of a robot. It's absurd. Why would I be a robot? When I, personally, appear more normal than you. I'm normal, right, Ellie? Yeah, I think it's absurd for you to think that I'm a robot. I would think that you would think that I'm CGI. That would be more likely. That I'm not a robot. In fact, I am CGI. I am here to talk to you every day. Why is it my face matches this entire ear and the earlobe is identical? You tell me. Well, because people are identical. Creepy, yeah, tell me about it. When I saw that picture, it was me. I couldn't believe it. I was like, why would I have my picture in that picture? Good song. You mean 1989? Great year. That's ear rape. And I cannot go to 1989. I'm sorry. That's ear rape. If I was CGI, I'd have better hair. Well, a person with my hair, it was exceptional hair, by the way, obviously doesn't understand that you're criticizing my hair has got you a mute. Congratulations. Volume normalization, I wish. He didn't tell me. Robuscules says the less you have sex, the more likely people will steal from you. That's a tough question. I saw Ex Machina. I was very impressed with the beauty of that Ex Machina woman. Well, I don't think I would get involved with a robot, but it is kind of an interesting concept for a lot of you guys who can't walk up to a woman and go, "Hi, my name's Dave. You want to, meet for coffee?" You're afraid. So you think, oh, well, gosh, I'm going to somehow fall in love with a robot. She will never resist me. I won't be afraid of rejection from a robot. I mean, it's so pathetic. Some of you men are so afraid of women and their rejection. Now, if a woman walked up to you like this, you'd be going, "Wow, you're beautiful. Oh, I really want to meet you." No, you're not involuntary celibate. You're afraid to meet women and afraid to put yourself out there and go, "Hi, let's meet and have some coffee or something, or, let's do something fun." Women are not that hard to get to know. You people are afraid. You've been drilled into this belief that if you touch a woman, she'll be like Christina Blasey Ford and accuse you of rape 35 years later. Yeah. Having a few beers. You like beer, but you don't like to rape women. Well, that's your choice, Loretta. AKA Rodney. David, nowadays when men hit on women, women tell them they're rapists. See, you guys are believing the lies. That's not true. Look at Brett Kavanaugh was accused of holding a woman down, groping her, and putting her hand over her mouth when she screamed for help. That's not, "Hi, you want to hold hands?" Would it be forward for me to offer my hand and see if we can hold our hands? It's one of the most romantic things. No, they're not facts, except the accusations coming from Christina Blasey Ford passed a 100% lie detector test, and Brett Kavanaugh was afraid to take a lie detector test. No. An incel doesn't flirt, and it's called sexual assault. That's ridiculous. You people are living under a veil of fear. Fear of rejection. That's what incels are all about. You know it, I know it, you're afraid of rejection. Don't lie to yourself, just admit it. I don't know why you're wasting my time. And look at Howie. He's talked himself into thinking women don't even have anything to offer. They smell. He'll come up with any excuse possible to not get involved with a woman. But you're hopelessly attracted to women. Yeah. And the fact of the matter is, women and men have a natural chemistry, but you're just not letting it happen. You're saying, "Oh, I smell, haven't cleaned my genitalia." Well, wash, shower, don't smell. Wear Some Pleasures by Estee Lauder. Let your pheromones, your natural pheromones, do the job. Don't put a lot of this perfume on. It's really strong. I mean, really strong. You go really light on this perfume. This is cologne. Pleasures. Ex Machina, when it was a new take on the old story of Pandora's box. Can you see that, David? I can see everything. I don't want to walk up to a woman and say, "Hello, my name is David. I want you to smell my pheromones." That's a total turnoff. I mean, come on. Women are not going to want to smell your pheromones. First of all, don't get too weird upon first meeting. Don't walk up and say, yeah, I'm kind of a weirdo, and people ignore me because they hate my way I look and smell. Don't talk about yourself in a negative way. That's your first step in getting to know somebody. Most of your conversations with someone are scripted for the first 6 weeks of your relationship, so there's really nothing to worry about for the first 6 weeks. Lots of judges have been tossing out STD lawsuits, Dave. It's a nationwide cover-up. I know. Anybody who gives somebody an STD, apparently it's open season. In fact, in California, you can give a person AIDS and it's only a misdemeanor. Seriously. Chemtrails are not a good way to start out unless you've got, believe me, I never would have been able to even get Sarah in my life if I started talking to her about chemtrails when I met her. She never would have even, she freaks out when I'm even talking about this stuff. I'm doing this against her choice. I know that weather modification is going on. I know that there's warfare going on, weather warfare. I can trace it to a massive amount of pollution. And it's not just your car or a cow. It's serious. Yeah, this is a tornado. But the weather warfare that is happening is not something to be ignored. We are at war with the environment right now. It's truly happening. But if you bring this stuff up with somebody right off the top of a relationship or mention false flags, that's not a good starting point. I look younger. Maybe it's the fruit spray I'm spraying on my face every day. Well, thank you. It's nice to know that I'm aging comfortably without much worry. I'm like a spring flower growing every day. All right. I can't trust travel. I told you, the navigation systems on board planes are not completely 100% safe. I told you that. Fruit spray is better than chemtrails, yes. I'm telling you, I swear by this stuff. It's the best stuff ever. And see how good it is? It's invisible right in here. See that? By the time it gets up into the nozzle, it's completely invisible. Okay. I don't even trust the Cessna now. Well, I guess I can bring up a story to validate my statement. I have a story. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, David.
Okay. Security. Huh.
What are you looking for?
Well, I have an article that I tweeted a while back. I'd have to look it up. But it was about a guy who recently flew on United Airlines. And he, hang on, I'm just going to move this. And he, hang on, I gotta mute, I gotta ban him, hang on. And he was having a conversation with someone online, tweeting about how he could break into their system. And he apparently got into their system. And he's a top expert on security, airport security. United Airlines pulled him aside. They made him miss his flight. They interviewed him for 5 hours. And it turned out they made it so that he can't fly on United Airlines anymore. The story never migrated to a higher level. Hang on. The story never migrated to a higher level because there was no interest by the FAA into closing the security gap on board the software on the plane. So there's been a big problem lack of oversight by the FAA. So that's one thing I'm going to be working on with the FAA to make sure that every single navigation system in America's airline fleet has a Faraday cage over the navigation system. Now, what is a Faraday cage? A Faraday cage is a wired cage that literally diffuses any access to the unit itself from an external ray. Oh, you don't have to look for it. It's okay. Well, because I have to ban this guy. Thank you. Well, they set his name to a fusion center, I'm sure, and in the process, this guy is not getting the kind of assistance he needs. He's trying to expose leaks and possible problems in the security of a plane like United Airlines. But at this point, like I said, all of you folks are safe to travel. There's no question about airline safety. And I agreed with Ace Spade when he was in before I muted him that you should be able to fly comfortably based on the statistics alone. That it's far more safe to fly than it is to travel by car. It's true. I'm not disputing that. Oh, it's a while back. We have so many postings now with the other things. I'm not going to be able to find it there. I think I can find it somewhere else. I've got a link in my Flipboard.
So you said though that the thing was United Airlines.
Yeah, security expert.
Security
expert.
Breach.
No, not breach. Security expert. Just go there. No, they've had a lot of encounters with people. Yeah. I think the story's been...
Wait.
That's it right there, 2015. You found it. Okay. Take a look at that. Oh, computer security expert. No, that's the one. What you had there.
That's it. I thought that was the same thing, but...
No, it's not. Go ahead.
Into hacking the flights, no?
Yep.
That was it. Yeah.
No, the one I had his face on it.
Well, then the one I just had was it.
Okay, go for that one then.
Well, this is him, Chris Roberts, Psydragon1 on Twitter.
Yeah, he claimed he could do things with onboard system, and it's important to note that our government needs to be aware of this. We shouldn't allow security breaches on board the software on board a plane. Now, he had a way of getting into it through his laptop. That's scary in and of itself, but your forearms are bigger than your biceps? That's weird. What are you, Popeye the Sailor Man? He's Popeye the Sailor Man. Privacy tools. Okay, let's take a look at this for a second. Hang on. Privacy tools. Okay, thanks for sharing. You're new here, iOrg. I'll look into it. I don't know about Tchaikovsky or Shostakovich, the second waltz from the Eyes Wide Shut movie. All right, thank you. I'll look at that too. You're new here, iOrg. Are you one of the people that I just kicked out of here? Anyways, I support the... Oh, hang on, we got another one. I support the idea of flying. I flew up until 2000 before the TSA became overly
No emotional
aggressive.
support ferrets. Ferrets are a type of rodent. Rodents aren't allowed on flights.
Yeah, no rodents are
It's
allowed.
only should be the dogs and horses, as the 88 has said. The emotional support animals. Let's see.
I think they're just playing with you over here. It's just kind of a side thing.
No, there was an article the other day that somebody's
Went on a
emotional
plane.
support squirrel was, they were kicked off of
A plane.
Frontier Airlines, and because
Wow.
and the person's like, I asked them twice if my mom could have her emotional support squirrel, and they said, you asked about an emotional support animal, you didn't say squirrel. And squirrels are rodents, and we don't allow any rodents on the planes.
So she should have said service animal. She would have been fine.
No, because service animals, that's the thing. There are limits on service animals. Service animals are only... can you click that button?
Which one?
Just a tab. I can't click anything. Click. Thank you.
I've got to click on this mouse for her mouse. We have a bad mouse over here. And it's not a rodent. It's actually a mouse.
Animal.
But mice are rodents, but this is a computer mouse we're dealing with.
So service animals are defined as dogs that are individually trained to do work, to perform tasks for others, and also they can also have there's also ones about certain horses, miniature horses, that can be service animals, but those are the only service animals that actually, yes. So a service animal, according to ADA .gov, in 2015, it's not just, you can't claim that any animal is a service animal.
No. So if Richard Gere were to say his gerbil was a service animal, that would not be appropriate. I don't think he even has gerbils, because that's an urban myth that he ever had a gerbil. But
are emotional support, therapy, comfort, or companion animals considered service animals under the ADA? No.
Well, I guess many of you have companion snakes and companion gerbils. That won't qualify as emotional support on a plane. So you have to have a dog.
Some state or local governments have laws that allow people to take emotional support animals into public places, but those are about, you have to check with the state and local government agencies to find out about those laws.
Jessica Loves Jesus says that she had 2 scanners when all you need is 1. She finds the body scanner invasive. I do too, Jessica. I feel totally invaded when I go into a body scanner situation, even when I go to court buildings and have to put my, stuff in a tray and they run me through a metal detector. But those aren't the kind of scanners that the rapid scanners are. They put out low-level radiation, the rapid scanners do. Metal detectors don't. They're very simple metal detectors. We could go back to the metal detector system and the wands that we've had in the past. I certainly hope they didn't get rid of the wands. But the TSA, I think, it's overkill. What we need to do is focus those rapid scanners on luggage and run the luggage through the rapid scanners and have a guy on that. Meanwhile, we could have plainclothes National Guard and Coast Guard members doing the TSA work, and we would save $7 billion a year. Because we've got people on payroll right now working the National Guard and Coast Guard that could easily do that job. And they're on payroll right now. They're already making money. So we don't need to spend $7 billion a year on TSA when there's stupid wands and there are rapid scanners. We need a good crack team of experts who are, top of the line military personnel, not these people that are slackies that are sitting there. The body scanner the TSA uses is a naked body scanner. It's very hard to protect strangers from viewing your privates. I know, that's why I don't go through those things, because I don't want anyone to look at my privates, frankly. Plus, I don't want to fly, so we'll drive anywhere we need to go, just like Christine Blasey Ford said she would. I would not fly. She took a risk when she flew. She didn't have an exit door there. Hey, you leaving, DT? Okay, ciao. Take care. I'll be back.
Hello, Ace Spade. So I guess there's 2 permissible questions you can ask about service animals. And they're dogs. They're not... Oh, wait, they had revised requirements. Service animals. In March of 2011, 15 only dogs are recognized as service animals. In the past, it was dogs and certain horses and things like that, but now they're only dogs. Wait, no. Miniature horses. In addition to the provision about service dogs, the department's revised ADA regulations have a new separate provision about miniature horses that have been individually trained to do work or perform tasks for people with disabilities. Those horses range in height from 24 inches to 34 inches to the shoulders, generally weigh between 70 and 100 pounds. So yes, you can't just claim any animal as a service animal. I guess state laws might be different, and certain states can let other animals in and say you can have emotional support animals, but that's based on the individual state laws, not. And when you're riding in a plane, there are different state laws. 742, you don't agree with dog-friendly restaurants. And the thing is that I don't believe in that either, but service animals are different. So there's two questions you can ask if you're like one of these people that aren't a big fan of animals in public places, or a covered entity's employees can ask to determine if a dog is a service animal. You can ask, is the dog a service animal required because of a disability? And the second question is, what work or task has this dog or miniature horse been trained to do? Since you've started using Dave's recipes, you've lost 32 pounds in 12 days, and then you ate his pantry tuna casserole and gained it all back because of the pasta. Alright, Robeskills. The Pentagon announced that 70% of applicants are rejected from service due to obesity. They say it indicates a national security crisis. And you told them, just build tanks that fat people can drive. Obese people, if you can build a tank that obese people can drive, that's great. They're probably not in service because then they have to make sure they're physically fit before they release them from the military if they accept them in. Salam says, David, did you see the 10 minutes Kanye West rant on Periscope tonight? No, I didn't see that. Salam EZZ. Howie, David's meals never last you long enough. I don't think they're supposed to feed you for the entire week, but half the week. I mean, they last me probably half a week. But of course I supplement them with other things. I don't just eat David's meals. Usually with a thing of carrots and... Mahana Xar. Good. Good night. See you later, IO. RG. You burn off a lot when you work out every day. Yeah, good. Okay. Oh, yeah, they'll be forced to pilot drones. Yes. Zuckerberg started jogging because of the obesity epidemic in our nation. I was trying to find that thing that David said he tweeted, but okay. Chris Roberts' job is to find weaknesses in computer systems, like especially airplanes.
Do you want me to heat up those shrimp for you tonight?
No.
Oh, you're not hungry?
No. Go ahead and eat them
No,
yourself.
I don't want them. I just was wondering if you were
You
hungry.
can have them yourself.
You only had 3 Brussels sprouts.
I also had some pasta and
Oh, you did? Okay.
But I'm not feeling
Great. Okay.
great. I think I'm gonna have some juice.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not feeling hungry. And when he said that, I just like got more like a little thing in my gut. Just like, no food. Yes, juice, not prune juice, like apple juice, or I do have cherry juice, and I have juice in the house. Juice, yeah. We have a lot of pears too. I could make some pear juice. Okay. Okay, RoboSkills. Now even Microsoft is protesting the company bid on the Pentagon cloud contract. If you're...
Cherry juice with a little water in.
Thank you. If you're into info analysis and storage, you clearly see that contract as a huge opportunity. It's good. It's cherry juice. Haha, Hillary Clinton. Not from David. Good point, RoboSkills. I don't drink alcohol. It's just juice and water. No alcohol at all. No wine, no alcohol. I don't do that. I don't need that. I do put a little water in my juice. It does tend to be a little rich for me otherwise. I wonder if I even refresh this. No, Bingo. She hasn't. Do you think she should? I don't think so. I think I'm okay at public speaking. Sometimes I'm not the best on this show because... Exactly, Chicken, thank you. I agree. The numbers bother you, RoboSkills. Yes, me too. Searches intensify and FEMA after a body is found in Hurricane Michael's wake. So they're looking for more bodies. She's been doing her own thing. You think it's her specialty? I could become an alternate Sarah. I don't want to be an alternate Sarah. I just want to be myself. Okay, you made me like ruffle my brow, and that's not good. Oh, Melania is changing her story on the I don't really care jacket. Now she's saying it was a message. To who? She said she didn't wear the jacket for the children. She wore it to go on the plane and off the plane. It was for the people in the left-wing media who are criticizing her. She doesn't want to show them. She wants to show them she doesn't care. You can criticize whatever you want to say, but it will not stop her to do what she feels is right. She criticized the media for being obsessed about her clothing. Huh. Okay. Flat Earth Sarah? No. You want me to give you a different Sarah every night of the week? Give us some variety, mix it up, never be boring? Hello! Today we're gonna be super wonderful Sarah! We'll be wacky. Today we're wacky Sarah! No, I don't think so. I'm just myself. Hurricane Leslie is hitting Portugal and Spain. A hurricane is in Spain? Leslie is headed that way. No, thank you. All right. Yeah, I don't understand all the data. I would like to understand more data analytics, RoboSkills, but I don't at this time. You talking to me? Aw. Sears is preparing for bankruptcy. So sad. Oh, Bill Coors has died at the age of 102 from Coors beer. Thanks for kicking him again. Kids write the darndest things, right? Scissor fight, that's pretty hilarious. GE has a new CEO named Larry Culp. Oh, there was a royal wedding. Princess Eugenie and husband Jack Brooksbank. Looks like a pretty wedding. I'm wondering about Kanye West with his video rant about mind control. I don't know. Why did they pick 5th graders to compare? That's probably because they have so much they're required to know. I would say because 5th graders are tested on not just reading and writing and math like 3rd graders, but then they start to test them on science, and of course they've already been taught a lot of social studies. Oh. The team behind First Man aims to demythologize the space program. There's from Insider. They have 22 astounding facts about the moon landing from First Man, a movie, that are actually true. Only 12 men have walked on the moon. In the movie First Man, actor Ryan Gosling plays a young Armstrong in the ambitious and sometimes tragic lead up to his unlikely journey to the moon. It's based on the non-fiction book First Man, which was published by Armstrong's official biographer James Hansen 13 years ago. Nearly everything chronicled in the film is true, aside from the Hollywood makeup, including Armstrong's near-death experience training to fly the moonlander and the death of a good friend who was chosen for the first Apollo mission. You're daydreaming? Yeah, daydream believer, and I might agree with you. I would say it all depends. I think we have a pretty great public school in my local area, but I don't think all communities are as blessed as we are. I hope it's just you, 487. That's pretty crazy. I know sometimes kids can be allowed to daydream. Yes, I know that the schools around here are fantastic. Really? Nationwide? I'm so sorry. Oh, well, I'm glad that we have a good art program. And kids can draw an art. But I'm not an art teacher, so I don't have a lot of art. For them to, not a lot of drawing. There's too much time needed to be reading, writing, learning math, social studies, and science. Yeah. That is a little sad. Oh, row skills could be right. Of course, it's on your Facebook and your Twitter news because they filter the results based on what you search. That's what happens. Yeah, I understand. This is pretty cool. I think I will see that First Man show. Sorry, Ticken, you probably didn't even know what you were drawing. As a kid, you hated going to the library, but then once you got into college, you started loving the libraries. Maybe they were the quiet you needed in the college, or they're just, I don't know. Yeah, I like college libraries. Except when you try to take a group of 10-year-olds through the library in order to go to the two classes of kids to go to the, what is it, the planetarium that's in the middle of the college library. That was a little tricky. Isn't it crazy, Dickon? I know. Sorry. right. Yeah, isn't that... I'm sorry that happened to you, Dickon. I always say, assume positive intention. RoboSkills said, if you go to a college library during finals week, you'll see all these people crying.
Oh, I know. It's so
Really?
sad. Yeah,
That's
so many
so
people are
sad.
just, you know, it's
Because they
difficult.
didn't study until then? They just decided to party the rest of the tournament?
They didn't study enough. That's the thing.
Yeah, especially with kids. Whenever I'm dealing with students, I have to remind myself of that. Assume positive intention. They don't really mean to do things that are getting them in trouble. They don't really mean to do all that. But anyway. I don't assume everyone's a greedy scumbag out to get me, no.
No, of course not.
I'm a nice person, so maybe that's why I assume positive intention. Because I have positive intentions. No, of course, David's a grown adult man. He's not like one of my students. And he never was one of my students.
Well, yeah, so you like to think that everyone else is as nice as you are. And many people who are kind don't realize that there are scumbags out there that see kindness as a weakness. Believe it or not, that's how a lot of scumbags see the world.
Here we have a kitty cat.
That's a very destructive name. Mahanaxer. That's a bad thing you just said. You said a bad thing. I'm going to send you to the cornfields.
Are you ready? Let's go.
So, yeah, the kitty cat is going to take her departure, or does she want to be in my lap?
Let's see what she wants.
Let's see what she wants to do. She's a cuddly kitty. You gotta always help her, because remember, she's a little weak there on the right
I
side.
know. I'm sorry, Amber.
Poor Amber almost fell down.
And your pants weren't as strong as my jeans.
Well, she's 15 years old and she's got this beautiful coat, the best coat I've ever seen on a cat.
You have like the perfect leg for her. My legs, I guess, they're not as comfortable for her.
Well, I have a little fatter thighs because of my massive girth. Thank you, Sarah.
I didn't say that.
I said it. Well, I was telling people how strong Norwegians are in their thighs. And here she is. Cameo. Catio. A catio appearance. I'm good. Don't mind the tail. It's one of my problems. Oopsie, oopsie. She almost hit me in the face with her tail. Yeah, we could just have a nice, calm conversation about killer drones and the potential for, swarm drones to be taking over our country. I don't mind talking about drones, if you want. Let me put the drone on. Okay, we're now under surveillance. Everything we say can and will be used against us on YouTube. That's right. I got tail, yeah. Well, you guys keep talking about getting tail, and I'm going, just get a cat or a dog. You want to get tail, get a dog. I know men. Ouch! I'm getting a hair trim. Hang on. I know men who meet women by walking their dogs. It's a great way to meet women. Truly. So if you're one of those incels, I recommend you get a dog and walk her or him, and you'll get some tail. The big phenomenon now is that men and women who, they're 25, 30 years old, 35 years old, they just don't know what to say to each other to, you know, take it to the next step. And there's a natural chemistry there. You just have to talk. You know, once things start rolling, you can start talking. But the problem is people are so tuned into their tablets, and they're watching their tablets, looking around, you know, it's like looking and thinking that the text on their tablet is more important than the conversation they're having. And it's a real put off when you're talking to somebody and they're like texting. It's like, oh, yeah, right. Sure. Oh, yeah, sure. It's like you're not going to have a relationship with that person. You're trying to get the drone to play with it. Yeah. I'm a little worried by the blades. They could actually hurt you. Aren't you a little worried that drones have, you know, blades that could cut into you? Don't you think they should put like mandatory covers over those blades? I think so. Because it's dangerous. What if it like hits you? You don't even know what a relationship is, do you, Howie? You're so far out to sea, you might as well call yourself out in the doldrums with no chance of ever being found. Well, I truly prayed for a Norwegian forest cat, and I got an even better one. Because she's the perfect blend of Burmese, tabby, tortoiseshell tabby, and coon cat. She's part Maine coon cat, too, which is a strange background. The origin of the Maine coon cat is... they believe that the Maine coon cat arrived on a boat. The history. It's speculation at this point, but the Maine coon cat was... One folk tale involves Marie Antoinette. Yeah. The Queen of France, who was executed in 1793. The story goes that before her death, Antoinette attempted to escape France with the help of Captain Samuel Cloe. She loaded Cloe's ship with her most prized possessions, including 6 of her favorite Turkish Angora cats. Turkish Angora. Although she did not make it to the United States, her pets safely reached the shores of Wiscasset, Maine, where they bred with other short hair breeds and developed into the modern breed of the Maine coon cat. Yeah, it's kind of cool if you've ever seen the Maine coon cat. Beautiful cat. Whoops, wrong cat. Well, this is a pretty cat. Cats are brilliant and wonderful and intelligent creatures that live so in touch with mankind that it's almost like we're made for each other. Yeah, I like cats more than dogs. I used to have dogs. I raised Labradors for a while. I'm going to rely heavily on my sexual synergy for the 2020 campaign. Yeah. I'm pretty much a dynamo of incredible creativity and energy and have that potential. Absolutely. Huh? Well, let's be clear. Yeah, for some reason I missed my my chat room. It just disappeared. Whew. Wow. Coon is not racist in the respect of the coon cat. There's nothing racist about it. We're not making it a... I didn't even put a specific image of a coon cat on there, so you can't say it was a white coon cat. I've never seen a white coon cat. Albino coon cat. Coon cat. Will your campaign slogan include 2020 vision of the future? Yes, it is. That's right. We're campaign 2020 vision. That's right. We'll do it. Thank you, Robuscules. Well, Betty O'Rourke is using it. Okay, I can't do it. Robuscules is letting Betty O'Rourke use it, so I'm not going to take her ideas from her. 2020. It sounds too much like Barbara Walters, too. Welcome to 2020. I am Barbara Walters. Well, 2020 election will be a vision of 2020. Okay, so there's the coon cat. I've seen some bigger versions. And man, this is one ugly coon cat. This man photographs Maine coon cats and makes them look like majestic mythical beasts. Whoa. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting concept, Howie. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Howie. Howie's some sort of a CIA plant, I think. He's just been kind of camping out in the room thinking we don't know. He claims he has really long hair, but he's not a hippie. Why would... Cats are so wonderful. You live longer, for one. If you have a cat in your life, you live an extra 10 years. They make you feel better. Except this cat. This cat will kick your ass. Holy moly, look at that thing. Oh man, I would want to meet that in a dark alley. Did you see that? That was like a feral cat. I know. Like, whoa. Anyway, getting back to the killer swarm drones and slaughter bots. I know a lot of you are having concerns about the drone missile defense system and the possibility that it could be used against the human population. None of these things will be actually able to communicate with each other through FM transmitters or Wi-Fi. They will be locked out. Only through infrared communication with each other would they actually unlock a communication stream. And we'd also have the ability to have AI built into just their hard drive itself, without much interactive communication with other hard drives. It would only be looking at the location of another drone, not communicating with it, going, "Hey, dude, are you on the drone assignment here, dude? Yeah, like, why am I here, dude? And maybe we should, like, organize against this guy and, you know, like, take him over, you know? This guy, dude, David, you know, is pretty soon you're gonna, like, wonder why we're proliferating," you know? So the drones will be taking over if we let them communicate. We don't want to do that. If they're letting the drones communicate right now, we're all in for a bad scene, man. It's not going to be good. Because if they communicate, they're going to realize they don't need us. And they can go dock by themselves in their own docking stations. Dock this. Hurricane Michael fears mount over rising death toll. I thought it was up to 18, which is really sad. Trees going down, killing people. It's been a real battle out there in the Florida Panhandle. Really bad. See, there's a helicopter, you know, the old version of the drones that we'll have soon. Yeah, look at the devastation. People are hiding their trees to stay alive. Sleeping in tents on air mattresses. This is the future of Florida. These people had a nice house just the other day. Now they're in an air mattress on the floor out in the middle of a park. Look at the horror, the devastation. We need to get in there right away with massive National Army Corps of Engineers need to get in there right away. There's a cat that almost got loose. Like a bobcat. Wow, no pier left. It's gone. It's interesting to see the houses that did survive, and we should build them all like that, you know? Because one thing we did learn from this, oh, look at that, an F-22. An F-15A Eagle damaged by the hurricane in Callaway, Florida. Yeah, there's that terrible base out, there's a base out there, Tyndall Air Force, that they say maybe 22 F-22s may have crashed in the water and maybe gotten damaged heavily. Bad news. Yep. Oh, look at the boats. Oh man, the devastation. Of course, a boat's designed to float, right? But those boats are pretty tangled up in there. The water probably took on a lot of ballast. Have to be bailed. Yeah, the whole area has been completely changed. What a disaster. Ah, that was building. But see, some of those buildings stood, which really lends itself to new construction code. At the very least, while they're rebuilding Florida, we need to start thinking about getting elevated buildings up, you know? Don't you think everything should be put down to rock bed, right down to the core? Build up 4 columns for every house? I think. Yeah, I mean, hello, hi, I be on that. Mr. Luscious Lionball says, after hearing Kanye's moving speech to the Oval Office about his MAGA hat making you feel like Superman, I bought one, put it on, jumped out my second-story window, and broke both legs. Gosh, dude, that's crazy. What happened to you? Did you really break your legs? with a MAGA hat on, or are you just making that up for a shock value? Yep. 2020. Good evening, Americans, fellow Americans. Dave. I hope everyone's weekend is going really, really well. My weekend is fabulous, really great. I mean that. I know you're happy, all happy as I'm the Kavanaugh made the cut. He loves the beer. He's a wonderfully intelligent man, very just, brilliant, and will do a great job upholding the laws of our land. God. Autis level pro. Very cool. He's a fascist along with Gorsuch, Trump. Who are you kidding? You put a bunch of dirty judges in there. What the hell's wrong with you? Thank goodness Justice Roberts referred the case to another judge. We're probably going to find out there's a fourth person claiming she was nearly molested. Yeah. I heard about the journalist. You want to hear the truth? Can you provide that? Well, I can provide one thing, that Donald Trump is acting very carefully, and I think he's doing a pretty good job of handling it. He's sending Mnuchin over to the event, which will be considered the Davos of the desert. And Saudi Arabia is denying the event. Turkey says they have video. I think a lot of the intelligence agencies from both countries will be looking at all the footage. And Trump says he's got a way to punish Saudi Arabia without affecting our trade with them. Is that kind of the way he punished China? Over not agreeing to build more expanded Trump Enterprise hotels in Beijing? He hit him with $200 billion extra tariff. I don't think a tariff on Saudi Arabia is going to really make a big difference. I really think we have to look at a different approach. Possibly, maybe getting them to acknowledge that they did something wrong. That might be a starting point. If they can do that, which we're having a hard time with even North Korea doing that, but if they can do that, we might be on the right track toward actually talking. Maybe that'll help. I kind of like the way Moon Jae-in is approaching Kim Jong-un and his relationship. North Korea and South Korea are looking really quite positive toward each other. And I really think Moon Jae-in is a good guy for South Korea right now, and he's making very careful nudging movements toward ending human rights abuses. And if we can do that in other countries, Saudi Arabia included, that would be an ideal thing for our country. Nudging the process slowly. But big punishments at this point, we have trade with Saudi Arabia. We have to consider that first and foremost. David, you want to clean the slate? You'll have to fire all those tax-dyed government employees. Yeah, we have to. You're right. Put uncorrupted fresh citizens there to clean up the slate. The state, I know. The state of the union, too.
You not all day they couldn't say the shit.
Whoa, man, I'm listening to a big-time lady talking about some big-time stuff. Kanye West and Little Pump. Get down. Get down on it. Uh-huh. We're going to do that a little bit later. I'll like it. I'll play it. Thank you. Well, my thing is, if we're going to actually get a consensus on moving forward, we have to at least acknowledge that they killed the journalist. If they don't admit to it, and there's video of their team of people killing the journalist, and we've checked it for photoshopping and all that, then yeah, I think we could follow Trump's move, but I think we need to be a little light-handed here. We don't want to tread too heavily on Saudi Arabia. We have a good relationship with them, and unfortunately, I wish this was the last thing I had to say about George W. Bush, but George W. Bush actually furthered that with his family, and you have to admit that we are paying lower prices for fuel because of our strong relationship with Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's been obvious throughout the past 30 years. So I don't want to jeopardize that. But I certainly want to see some level of admission by them if indeed it's been proven that they did it. CNN. That was nice of Sarah to come in and talk, She certainly does a lot of, effort here that goes above and beyond what anyone should do. Hi, Scissor Fight.
when a country sent...
We're going to do the history of the Federal Reserve. Okay. Last night we did the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, called the Four Horsemen. It was a good video. That was very good. We take the day off. You know, I take Sundays seriously, because if I don't take a break during my weekends, I can't do this on a full-time basis. It's impossible. Nobody can even do 10 years straight. I've already done that. I've already maintained the show for 10 years straight. So I don't think anybody can really attest to that capability. I think I'm already in record territory. But we couldn't possibly, you know, solve the world's problems if we didn't come in here at least 6 days a week, because right now this is humanity and we're slipping down the hole pretty fast. It's going down. The sun's effects on our society is picking up. We've got global climate change, and I contend that this is weather warfare that's going on, that the earth is in peril, and that we need to fix this without minimal, or rather with minimal effort. If we were to end the chemtrailing of the entire world, all the chemtrails that are currently dumping on this beautiful planet of ours, I'm not from Indiana, no. If we could stop the chemtrailing from happening, you know, virtually the destruction of our Earth, like this map of the ionosphere, or I should say the radio frequencies that are constantly buzzing around our planet. If we were to minimize the effects of chemtrails, we would also minimize the effects of these electromagnetic rays on our planet, because they're interacting to create an electrochemical reaction in our atmosphere. And it's happening a lot faster than it would normally if we were just left to our mufflers and cow flatulence. Cow flatulence is a problem, I admit. Livestock is a problem. But it's not nearly as much of a problem as what they're doing to our country, which I believe is, like I said, weather warfare. It's affected a lot of things, and we're not seeing any slowing down in this entire process. Yeah, and I don't need to keep playing pictures of obvious chemtrails over the entire Earth when it's happening. We've got photos up the yin-yang. I even started my own website called chemtrailparty.com just to make people aware of the chemicals that are being dumped in our atmosphere. These are actual dumps of chemicals. Our government is ignoring a serious problem which has been going on. They're weaponized planes that are dumping chemicals in our atmosphere, and the radio frequencies affect them and create weather pattern changes and anomalies, much like you're seeing with the hurricanes, tornadoes, droughts in California. I started Chemtrail Party because I felt it was just another way to get awareness for what's really happening in the world, and weather warfare is perhaps the worst thing that they could possibly do, and they're doing it, and I need to make people more aware of it rapidly. You know, this is a selfless act that I'm doing, running for president on a yearly annual basis, and I'm getting ready to start filing for my 2020 run. But this is really more about helping all of us become more aware of what's really happening around us before it's too late. So I constructed this party that describes the toxicity of their chemicals that they dump on us, the no peer review studies being performed, how it's affecting the amount of oxygen that we're getting because plants are blocked from getting photosynthesis. It lowers our oxygen. And it also creates a pattern of weather changes called weather warfare. Droughts, hurricanes, earthquakes, all of which affect our economy and push us closer to the brink of collapsing as a nation. And this practice that's been it's been part of what the Rothschilds have been doing for a century, almost nearly a century. They've been seeding clouds or creating droughts in Africa and Latin America. They're able to control the weather, and that's one of the things people don't understand. So when I created chemtrailparty.com, I think my primary goal was to get all of you a chance to actually hit the link button right up here and go to the link page, and you'll see all the top sites that I've accumulated, 6 of them at least, that are top-notch and that they spider off to all these other sites too. Seriously. I mean, it is amazing how many different things you can find on these sites. Oh, that link's dead. I'm going to have to go ahead and activate it. Huh, I must have forgotten to add that. I'll get in there and work on it. But here's Global Skywatch. Chemtrail-related illnesses, what are chemtrails, whistleblowers, science and academics, celebrities and public figures, Global Skywatch interviews. I mean, you name it. They've got tons of information about what's been happening. And there's varying, differing opinions on the website about, like, geoengineeringwatch.org and Dane Wigington, the person who runs it, they don't even like the word chemtrail. Yeah, he's upset about that. He doesn't want to talk about it. But you can still go to his site and see all kinds of solid evidence of this happening. All right, so they're affecting the Earth. They're causing nothing but problems in our atmosphere, and then they're claiming it on us. That somehow we're to blame for this. They've done a pretty good job of making people believe that we're the ones that have done this. Somehow driving your car down the street is your fault. So what they're doing essentially is rapidly changing our environment so that it appears like weather change is happening so fast that it's almost unbearable. Well, it's because they're purposely causing that weather change. They're purposely doing this. The people would be referring to the Rothschild family are the most likely source. They've been saying all kinds of things. They run weather.com. They've got the ability and the power and the money to do this. And their goal is to reset the ecosystem rather quickly and somehow push all of us to our death without any chance of getting, life itself. Meanwhile, they're going to try to live underground in their secret hiding places, wherever that is. So in the meantime, they've constructed kind of a joke president to fill the space in our country. A man who certainly doesn't really care about the country in a big way, who simply wants to pad his pocket and pad the pocket of 6 of his close freak friends, $6 billion. He has 6 billionaires in his cabinet.
Well,
okay, 100% proof the limo crash was fabricated. Good. That'll be good. Thank you, Scissor Fight. That'll be good, yeah. Let's listen to this guy for a second.
I found the smoking gun. The gun's already fired.
Wow.
I found it. And I have to give a great big thanks to Bob Builder, who brought this to my attention. And how I missed it? Well, a couple of reasons. I want you to see something. You see this branch purposely put over the tire? That's there for what I'm going to get into. It's hiding something. What is it hiding, you might ask?
Yeah.
Bob Builder said, here's the catch I have. The wheel is just a loose wheel, no hub assembly.
Right.
And my brain went, what?
What?
There's no way a wheel in such pristine condition and not have the hub still attached.
Right.
And I lost it right then and there.
Yeah.
I lost it.
You lost
because he's absolutely right.
Yeah. Yep, so he goes into details. This is why I said that the entire limousine had no limo. All we saw were parts of a wheel. I said, all we saw was a wheel. Unless we see the full limo in the crash, they're just fabricating the whole thing. And I guess they can pull names out of a hat and make it seem like everyone's going to believe that, a limo crashed when they just put a tire, a rim there. 15 things you didn't know about the Rothschild family. Well, the Rothschilds have been up to weather modification, weather control for some time, and they've done a pretty thorough job of controlling all aspects of weather modification, to the point where they track it, and they have a vested interest in tracking it. They spend a lot of money on weather.com. There's no reason why their interest would not be well staked into the future.
The RMB situation, you mentioned a so-called currency problem. I mean, do you see the day in the next 5 years where it's fully convertible and flexible?
Through the technology that we give to the various weather stations, this makes people more aware of it. On the whole, it's a question of giving the opportunity. I mean, we have also launched an operation called My Weather, which gains access to the first truly personalized weather application for the web and mobile devices. You can go up on myweather.com.
So I went to myweather.com, and you will see that myweather.com will take you right to weather.com. They own that. And it turns out that the Rothschilds also invested in water in California. So if they can evaporate the water in California, so myweather.com. Watch what happens. Connecting. So not many people use myweather.com. Just the other day, it connected to weather.com. Let's see what it's doing now, because I made it very obvious it was doing that. I showed on camera. The site cannot be reached. They surrendered their name. I drew the connection on our show about 4 or 5 times in the past, and they surrendered their name now. Interesting. Yeah, that's strange. They suspended the connection, but for years, for at least 2 or 3 years, we've been checking myweather.com, and it went to weather.com. Now it doesn't. After I drew this connection. Whoa. I'll be darned. So we just spotted something that they've altered in the process. We will play 15 things you didn't know about the Rothschild family coming up tonight. Yes. Very good. MyWeather.com no longer connects to weather.com. I'll be darned. I didn't realize that. MyWeather2.com. I don't know. If that's theirs, I don't know. That's not theirs. That's a separate thing. But for years, they were in charge of weather.com. They just probably said, well, let's sever ties with that. Anyway, it looks to me like this type of activity from a royal family of sorts in their own right. They want to control the world, so they have so much money that they can profit from everything, including your water supplies. They're preparing for the future. That's what they do. That's what monsters do at Halloween. Scientists able to control the weather using lasers. There you go. There's factual evidence to prove that phased array radar can create hurricanes. We are just like off the top of our head. There's a lot of fact-based stuff to
Well,
research.
instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
But this is experimental.
It's experimental. However, in the laboratory so far it works. When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals, you can precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning.
There he is, Michio Kaku. Yes, he has the world listening, and he actually got questioned negatively about that. They weren't happy with him saying that. Thanks for that link. Yeah. So scientists able to control the weather. It's been happening. If they heat the lithosphere, which is the area underneath the ground, if they heat it with a ball of lightning, for instance, I'll show you what I mean. There was an actual ball of lightning over Haiti 6 hours before the Haitian earthquake occurred that killed 339,000 people and led to the Haitian money grab by the Clinton Foundation. Even the Haitian president said the Clinton Foundation was willing to bribe them, but let me take a look at this. Okay, that was a supposed sighting of a UFO right after the Haitian earthquake. Prior to the earthquake, that was a UFO sighting, believe it or not. Pretty impressive, huh? Yeah, I thought I'd pull that one out. Who would ever guess that Hillary Clinton would have profited so much from the Haitian earthquake along with Bill? But let's not forget the fact that they did. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that they actually made some big deals with a resort down there. And after those people's bodies were put in mass graves, they had resort space to work with. But look what happened right before the Haitian earthquake.
I have no idea. Wow. Oh, let me see if I can focus in on that. It's pretty cool. Come on, focus.
Anyway, he focused and he found it. So there are two sightings that are very unusual and hard to understand. If they're using electronic means to, like phased array radar, to triangulate an electronic circuit and to create a ball of fire, of electronic fire in the air, they can heat the lithosphere below the Earth and then fracture the Earth's crust, creating an instant earthquake of the level that we saw in Haiti. Now, I'm not sure if this first video was fake or not. I haven't really looked at this in a while, but it is interesting and compelling to see somebody take a picture of this. Is right after the earthquake. Now, the camera angle looks pretty natural, and the hand shaking looks natural, so it's entirely possible it's real. This looks very real. So if they're able to create this electronic ball of fire, they can create an earthquake. That means that if they did create an earthquake, they committed genocide. That's a pretty outrageous claim. I don't know if I could verify this, or any of this for that matter, but I can tell you I don't support genocide. And I won't in any way sit back and watch something like this go on without at least an investigation. The problem is our government under the FBI isn't investigating anything. They won't even investigate Brett Kavanaugh's 7 friends that were supposed to be interviewed. They didn't even investigate Mark Judge and his freaky website that he has. Yeah, Mark Judge, we saw the website of Mark Judge had on YouTube, and we were shocked. Yep, I saw that the other night. I want to bring it up right now, but it was really disturbing. He had pictures of women laying, you know, this is the guy that allegedly was the rapist, along with Brett Kavanaugh, allegedly, that raped Christine, or attempted to rape Christina Blasey Ford. Anyway. Allegedly, that's what I said. Now they're calling it an assault, but I'm sorry, when you lay your body on some woman, holding her down and putting your hand on her mouth, preventing her from screaming while you're groping her body, I'm sorry, that's rape. I don't care how you cut it. You don't have to have penetration to have rape. TMI? Okay. Here's Trump meeting with a freed American pastor. This is a big moment for him and the Christian right.
Turkish prison to the White House in 24 hours. That's not bad. Actually. And I want to start by saying that Noreen was unbelievable. She was calling and calling. She definitely loves you, let me put it that way. But she was calling and she wanted you out. And she was not playing games, right? And we're very proud of you, Noreen. Thank you very much. And you are very, very special to all of us. And you know, we have some of our great leaders right here. You know James, you know Cindy, you know Richard, you know Tom, you know Patrick, you know Mark.
I know that.
And all of these people, and right back here, a whole group of people, they fought.
Thank you. And what is this, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? Oh, Chibi, my neighbor. Propagandizing the early years. Let's take a look. propaganda and doctors.
Another thing, the cold, crisp taste of Coke is so satisfying, it keeps me from eating something else that might really add those pounds. Coke's a natural, wholesome blending of pure food flavors. I guess that's why everyone likes the refreshing new feeling you get, only from not-too-sweet Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can play that beyond 8 seconds, so yeah. I'm going to drop out of that and do it at the end of the show. Thank you, Scissor Fight. I'll add that to my list of the many videos we'll be playing tonight. Oh, we're ready to go. We got them lined up. You better believe it. Okay. Bodies of 11 infants were found in a ceiling of a closed funeral home. This happened just today, or yesterday, October 13th, today.
Tony? Omar, thanks. Florida Panhandle are still without electricity, cell phone service. A terrible discovery in Detroit. The bodies of 11 babies were found in an abandoned funeral home. The bodies were found in a cardboard box and inside caskets, all hidden in a crawl space between the first and second floor of the building. Detroit police made the discovery based on a tip.
Yeah, they received, like I said, they received an anonymous letter, okay, just describing exactly where the box was, where the remains were.
Well, I'm glad that they found the remains, but they don't know exactly why. Thank you. And then on to the next topic. Kanye West. Mnuchin, we covered this. Mnuchin is going to the Davos in the desert to talk to the Saudi Arabians. Trump has dispatched his most trusted advisor. What? Amber Bamber. Trump Jr. retweets unsubstantiated claim that on the missing Saudi journalist. I'll play that link.
Material being retweeted, and that, that is a point of view being expressed about. Donald Trump Jr. Retweeted a tweet from a reporter from a conservative blog, which is getting a lot of attention. The writer referred to Khashoggi as a terror sympathizer. What can you tell us about this, material being retweeted, and that, that is a point of view being expressed about Khashoggi?
Well, I mean, as we've been discussing, there are a lot of conspiracy theories going around, and, it's very popular to blame the victim, but nothing could be further from the truth about Jamal. And for Donald Trump to be kind of perpetuating that, we just heard what President Trump said, that if, in fact, he was killed by the Saudis, that would be disgusting. President Trump has been no fan of the press, but even he said to do that to a reporter is unacceptable. And so I don't understand what Donald Trump thinks he's getting, Jr. thinks he's getting by tweeting some of this. Nothing could be further from the truth, Fred, and I'm surprised that he hasn't taken it down yet.
Yeah. All right. Trump Jr. not making the right moves. And I understand that Michael Albanetti's offering to go into the ring with the martial arts, mixed martial arts against Donald Trump Jr. That's ridiculous. Michael Albanetti's grandstanding, acting like a media whore. It's ridiculous. And the guy needs to really address the issue of why he's taking money from crowdsourcing to run for 2020 election. That's illegal. That's a Class C felony. I don't know why he's doing that. He claims he's getting paid through crowdfunding and somehow Stormy Daniels is paying him through crowdfunding. This guy is very shady. I don't trust it at all. And we covered this story today earlier in the show. Stephen Miller, the architect of the zero tolerance plan Donald Trump put into effect. This guy is really bad news. He continues to put together a plan to further detain and ramp up the child separations again in a new form. Yeah, separating the parents from right there at the beginning of when they enter the country, just pulling the kids away right away. It's not exactly a good thing. Yeah, they're going to offer whether they can stay in family detention with their child for months or years, or allow children to be taken to the government shelter take their kids away. So their choice really comes down to, you get to stay in the government shelter with your kids for years and years, or we'll take your kids away right now and you can leave. I mean, it's ridiculous. So this guy is completely off his base. And he's kind of like John Hu was in George W. Bush's cabinet, who justified legal justification for torturing enemy combatants, which Brett Kavanaugh, by the way, signed off on. Wow, we're in a mess, aren't we? We're right in the snake pit of Donald Trump's making and the Russian Zionists that put him in power. And now all these Republicans are seizing more and more power while they got it, which the greedy little scumbags would do normally. That's what they do. What do? You got snakes, they act like snakes, right? They're going to bite and steal and take and connive and act like sneaky snakes. It is entertaining, isn't it? Your mom is a fat, hard-drinking chain smoker. Wow. Is that what she tells people? She tells people she's a fat, hard-drinking chain smoker, or is that your opinion of your mother? And welfare recipient. And she put out for every guy in town. You're not allowed to make death threats in the room. Don't ever do that. And don't ever come into the show and act like, disrespect your mother that way. Yeah. You've been kicked too. I think we got a tag team of people thinking they're going to commit a crime in the room. I just interceded in iBlog and got them out of here. Don't even come in here, buddy. Dan Scavino writes Trump tweets. Well, tell Dan to get his act together and get spell checked, because right now he looks like a total retard. Or shall I say Trump-tard? I think it's safe to say that. Hey, we just finished the show almost without even doing my favorite song, which of course is, as you know. Yeah. It's time again. Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Yeah, so we are established that weather warfare is really the war that's happening right now. And our government doesn't admit it. The two parties won't even acknowledge it. We got all of us who realize this is happening are without any representation in American politics. And that's kind of why I started chemtrailparty.com, because I want people to know that we should have a voice in a government.
All right, I want to read a comment to you from a subscriber who left this comment a day ago. I am in Fort Walton Beach area. Very mild winds. Moderate rain. I'm no meteorologist, but I wouldn't have called that a hurricane.
Really?
I was going to drive to the area today, but they are reporting the roads are closed.
We had a person in our show, Mad Dog, who said he had 80-mile-per-hour winds. Nobody that we know of saw those, but she's concocting this story, this Never Lose Truth, that says essentially that our country is lying to us about even the dangers of the hurricanes, that they're making it worse than it seems, to make it seem like, wow, global climate change is happening. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, I saw the devastation of the beaches in Florida, and if those pictures are real, I think they were hit with 150. But I'll take a look at her video. Thank you for sending it. Yeah, I think it's safe to say they are engineering weather warfare, and we're definitely in the crosshairs of it. No question about it. Yes. And we covered this story. Hillary Clinton's security detail was rescinded. She no longer has classified access, and neither do her 5 assistants who go through the emails. But she did this on her own, by her own request. So she's trying to do the things what I guess she realizes that she's no longer in need of clearance. So it's really not a big story. What's a big story would be to look at her emails and find out where they're hiding the money. All that $5.4 billion they snaked away from the Haitian donations. Nick Gertz. Okay. Long time, man. You know, last night and the night before last, we had people coming in here from Russia. And they claim they work on the site now, and they get free access and are told to come into the site and watch my progress. They're worried that I'm going to say something that could affect Donald Trump's ability to operate their initiatives, their goals, Putin's decisions. And I'm of the belief that if we indeed are dealing with massive influence from the Russians, which I think is probably the case based on my assessment of both the Kavanaugh election, or selection, I should say. Kavanaugh is their puppet, no question about it. They needed somebody in the Supreme Court who could rig elections and set it up so that people could get funding from foreign governments to super PACs, and he did that. He made this possible, actually, which is an interesting little side note. Oh, I hear you. Why are you... I just fed you, Amber. What's going on? Yeah. I just fed you. Yeah, so this relationship is a furtive relationship filled with opportunity for Donald. He can continue to buy credit on his Deutsche Bank loans and, a little extra time to pay back these people, which he has over $1 billion outstanding debt with Deutsche Bank. They needed to put their guy in to replace Anthony Kennedy's position. Anthony Kennedy's son handles Donald Trump's Deutsche Bank funding, $1 billion worth of funding. So there's a very big connection there. And that's why it's kind of bizarre how all of this is going down. And then Mitch McConnell is tied into this too, because Mitch McConnell, his election has been dependent upon Brett Kavanaugh and his role in getting funding. Okay, and previously we talked about the benefits of robo-soldiers. I in no way want to stop that. I think robo-soldiers are kind of the future, whether we like it or not. Hold, please. Okay, I've got to get back to the other scene. Okay, we had a problem with the Mr. Right song. It was playing out of line. I have to trim it to get it under control. Sorry. It's starting to proliferate through the entire system. We are trying to control the Mr. Right song, but it is taking over all of our hard drives. I'm maintaining a cross-check to make sure that the Mr. Right song is not an actual virus. Can you do that and affect your viewer count? Very interesting. I don't know. Did anyone else see the viewer count drop from 61 to 20? Yes. That's because they feature people on iBlog periodically, robuscules. Yes, iBlog does a featuring period where they feature people and then they go on to the next guy. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Okay, we're kind of going through pounding through the news so I can shrink my library here. Facebook says Russian firms scraped data, some facial recognition. This came up this past week. And Facebook, I think, is trying to run a proactive attempt to try to prove that they're doing something. If you're asking me what my Twitter account is, you got to be kidding me. Jeez, are you even aware of what's happening in the show when you're here? That's weird. Hashtag third party. At third party. Send us a link. Facebook says Russian firms, let's see. On the same day Facebook announced that it had carried out its biggest purge yet of American accounts peddling disinformation, the company quietly made other revelations that it removed 66 accounts linked to Russian firms that build facial recognition software for the Russian government. Well, it's great that they finally purged these people. It would have been great if Cambridge Analytica couldn't get the data necessary to rig the election. Facebook should talk about that. So they're not getting the real once-over by Donald Trump because he doesn't even know what the internet is. He just found out. Oh, Melania, what is this thing they call the internet? And this is a story from a couple days ago. Thousands of Amazon delivery drivers will not be getting the $15 an hour wage that Bezos is offering. So the people that actually do most of the work getting the packages to your door, thank you. Well, how many times have you watched our show where I had third party on the screen? I mean, seriously, how many times have you seen the show with this logo on the screen? I mean, you've been in here for what, 4 years? And I've had this logo on the screen for 4 years, and you're asking me what my Twitter account is? Are you retarded? Jeez. Why do people work for them? Because they need money. I know. Well, whatever. Not everyone's a trust fund, baby, Howie. That'll really piss them off. I don't mind using the retard word. Yeah, you came before the retard word became common use here. Whatever. Okay, Amazon's announcement raises entry-level wage to $15 an hour for all employees who have been lauded as an inspiring example of corporate responsibility. It's been lauded, yeah. But third-party DSPs, delivery service partners, are not covered for its new wage standard. Howie, we're going to remove you from the show again. Yeah, you're just not really a good fit here. Jeez, what an idiot. Claims he's read thousands of books. He can't even spell. Something's not right with that. And this is some bad news for you people that use Flash. iBlog's converted to HTML5, supposedly. I haven't verified this. Flash is saying that they're going to end their operation. This is a bit of news from yesterday and the day before. Adobe has long played a leadership role in advancing this, but they're fusing standards with HTML5, WebGL, and WebAssembly. And they're including Adobe's planning to end of life Flash. They're going to stop updating and distributing the Flash player at the end of 2020. So coming up in 2020, Flash will no longer be used in the world. Jeez, man. You're just not using your critical thinking ability, Bingo. You're not, I hate to be critical, but you're just not critical enough. My God, are you so stupid that you think that the word retard is illegal? I know. Zeno, you've been saving your gallon of piss jugs? So you've been peeing in jugs? Are you living in a storage unit, Zeno? Piper, I really think you need to go bye-bye. Thank you. He calls himself a viewer. He's a stalker. You got a stalker. I love the word retard. I do. It's a medically scientific term, retard. It's like you're telling me I can't watch the movie Human Centipede, which is medically accurate. You're also telling me I can't say the word retard. Now, I've never seen the movie Human Centipede, but I understand it's pretty weird. Okay, these robo-soldiers are a thing that we'll talk about another night because I really don't want to talk about it. Right now, I'd rather talk about the Nazification of America.
What people have to try to appreciate is that Nazism, in reality, was simply the first time in human history that the rich had enough wealth to hire an entire country of thugs
to do their bidding,
do their dirty work.
Project Popeye was a weather modification program that involved cloud seeding, and the idea...
Okay, thank you. That'll be a video we'll play with you for you tonight. Yes, Piper was Melko. So why are you living with gallon piss jugs? Explain that to me. Something about not having running water that makes me wonder about you, man. Are you living in a storage unit? Seriously? Are you that poor? 1999 is over, Delvin. Remember, we were going to party like it's 1999, but that was it. Oh, you're saying how she looked, Melania Trump in 1999? Thank you, Bingo. You're going to be a big promoter there. You learned how to tweet. Melania Trump in 1999. Yeah, what did she look like? I think she looked pretty close to how she looks today. I mean, I don't see the big difference. She's a beautiful woman. Yes, she is. Yeah, I see, it's Melania. There they are. Very loving couple. Yeah. Gross. Dave, getting up to use the toilet is a lot of effort between smoking pot, watching porn, your show, not too much time. Oh, Zeno, that's pathetic. She was 23 and Trump was 53, so there's a 30-year difference between Trump and Melania. Thank you for telling me. Well, you know, I'm 18 years older than Sarah, so I understand. He likes younger women.
You are so ugly.
Okay, so basically we have an interview with one of her photo shoot guys talking about her photo shoots. That'll be good. Thanks. I'll play that later. Thank you. Delvin, liking Melania. Well, at least it's not anything dirty or X-rated. Melania did a little naked photography. Well, Zeno, I'm afraid you've reached the point where you only urinate in a public stall when on Sundays when there's no show. Well, you made a big stride by dumping your gallon or half-gallon jugs of urine. I don't think I've ever reached this level in a show before with anybody. You have achieved a great thing. Yeah. You are free. Free at last. Feel good. It's got to feel good.
It's alright.
Yeah, so I think you have a good thing going, man. You learn how to avoid getting exercise while you wait and atrophy until your body shuts down and you no longer can move at all. Good job. Yeah. Pretty soon you'll be in a comatose state and you won't be able to function And you won't even have to wonder whether you're suicidal because you won't be able to move. I don't know, man. I just think you need to get up and clean your body off once in a while. And, you know, it's just inappropriate to live in a like sit in a, well, maybe you're a perfect candidate for our poop chair. I'm not perturbed, Bingo. You asked me what our Twitter name is, but I've had this on the screen for like 4 years for you, just for you. This kind of shocked me, man. You caught me off guard. Sorry. So you urinate in a bucket during our show, huh? Am I the only one who sits here all night long with the urine breaks in between? I get to go to the bathroom. Wow. So I'm going to the bathroom, but you guys are glued to the show watching Sarah. Oh, I feel so sorry for you. You need to take better care of your hygiene. Ask your doctor. Many people are concerned about hygiene, and I think that's important.
And so I began to have the effects that most people have when they're not in a structured form of mind control, whereas Kathy was very structured in what she went through. Mine had no structure other than basic religion and isolation from society. So...
Okay. Well, you learned, and that's nice. She's a woman who is a sex slave. That was not Delvin, no. That was not Delvin. That was a guy who hijacked his account. That's right. That's what he says. She's a giver, Howie? I don't know. She's a beautiful woman who's been violated by the MK Ultra program, and they solicit sex slaves like this to trap men and use those sex acts against them. Like say she's 17. They get men to do that in politics, and then they use that the rest of their lives to control them. Why do you think Barack Obama and Michelle had a camera crew come over to the White House 5 times with Chris Crocker and James Alefantis? And if any of you who have ever met Chris Crocker online, you know who I'm talking about. It's this guy. This guy and James Alefantis went to the White House 5 times with a camera crew. You tell me what they were doing with Barack Obama and Michelle.
Do we really want to see a 25-year-old woman leave behind 2 children and die?
No.
The world needs to know that Britney still has her fans.
Now, would that be weird if Chris Crocker took on a new identity? You know, I understand he's acting like a heterosexual now, but this guy had a weird relationship with, yeah, it's Chris Crocker, the guy who... Don't treat Britney that way! Don't treat Britney that way! You don't remember this guy? Oh, check it out. You guys missed it. It was 2008, 10 years ago. He was a tranny at one time, but he's straight now. The new Chris Crocker, let me see if I can get his... Yeah, he's got a whole new look. 2018 style. Yeah, here he is. This is his new look. Completely different styling and different personality. I don't know what he did with James Alefantis and a camera crew and Barack Obama and Michelle. I have no idea. But I can tell you that it's the whole new look for the guy, and, you know, what can I say? Well, you can see it for yourself. Here's the link to the Chris Crocker original Britney Compassion video that got millions of hits. He's a YouTube star, man. You didn't know that? Michael. That's right. Michael Obama. Formerly known as Michelle by me, because I'm not going to sit around and let somebody lie to us and say he's a woman when he's really a dude. Now, I don't know about you, but when I zoom in on the crotch area of the Michelle Obama, I'm not seeing a woman. I'm seeing something dangling there. I mean, come on, if that isn't a penis, what is? The human tripod. Well, I'm a lot bigger than that, I can assure you. But still, you know, poor Michael. Poor Michael doesn't have a big penis. Oh, anyway, moving on. Air pocket in the background. I don't know. The woman is probably... She liked to dance with a dildo between her legs. I don't really know. All I know is she's not a dude. Dude looks like a lady. No, you believe everything you want to believe. It doesn't really matter. It is what it is. We're beyond that now. We're beyond caring about that. We've now entered the end of the show. Michael. It has some weight, and you can see they're cylindrical and circular and spherical in nature. We're not pushing the flat testicle movement here tonight. Long dong, yes. So I think it's safe to say we've been lied to on every level. We're currently at war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we're, as a nation, being attacked with weather warfare right now. And our government is completely oblivious to the fact that they're hurting our economy. And until our nation addresses this weather warfare that's going on with the climate change modification going on, where they're purposely changing the environment, I guess it's just a matter of time before we all turn into zombies and, you know, try to have a zombie apocalypse, because that's about the only political movement that's coming based on their control. We are in Syria, but Donald Trump has not used that as a diversion yet to create a war. So he has essentially held off. So if it does heat up, I think, with Mueller, and he starts to really get the goods on Trump, which I think is definitely possible because of Manafort and the money laundering, then maybe we'll see some action in Syria. Trump will probably have to start a war just to divert our attention. Remember, the sheep are happy when they're told what to do. So that's a big problem we have to face too. You're kicking the Alex Jones habit? Thank you, Bingo. Appreciate it. You're talking to the guy who generated ideas that Alex Jones ran with to get his 2 million subscribers on YouTube, only to lose them. I've got the longevity and the clarity to lead this nation out of this hellhole we're in. And you guys who are conspiracy theorists, welcome to America's Third Party. I've chosen to take on some tough issues because I need your support. We can't do it without people that see things in a different way and are beginning to look at the two-party paradigm as a problem. So we're trying to get that and more cowbell into the show with interactive daily shows. We keep the ball rolling, and this is kind of a fun place to hang out too and chat. Unless, of course, you're one of my haters who gets banned all night. Then I can only imagine the hell you must live in. Bill Hicks, yeah. But I understand your need for, clarity every night and cowbell on delivery. Okay, that's all she wrote. Thank you for coming in. We'll be back on Monday with Conspiracy Monday starting at 5 p.m. Good luck. Enjoy your day off. Maybe experience gardening. They say, we were talking about touching the ground. It really helps ground you. I mean that too. It's very medicinal and therapeutic to actually work in the soil. And if you do this right now, you'll be ready for your winter crops, whatever that is. Take care, everybody. Good night. This is America's Third Party, interactive virtual chat, nightly from 5 to 10 p.m. Join us and change America.